Right, hello everyone. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I think I have just started my stream. Um, yep. So we are here, hopefully live on YouTube. Hopefully everything is working just as I expect it to. As you can see, I'm in my usual recording studio slash booth, and I'm here to hopefully do a video or a live stream ranking. As you can see here, we have a tier list and it is ranking the all-time F1 drivers, and I just realised I need to sort this out because I'm not giving these companies free advertising on my stream. There is absolutely no way I'm allowing that. So let me just figure out a way to make that bigger. There we go. I actually didn't need to make it bigger. I could have just brought it down. Never mind. Let me just do this. There we go. Nicely done. And that should be, there we go. Put that there. Yeah, I'll wait for people to get in the chat because I know I've started a couple of minutes early. I will actually bring this microphone down to at least there so that you can hear me a tad bit better. Let me know if my audio levels are too low. Let me know if you can all hear me just fine. You should be able to. As I'll have the chat up in the background so that you guys can all hear me. So I can read what you're saying. I'm gonna quickly share the stream. Create post. We are live. Come and watch me painfully rank the top 100 drivers in F1 history. I'm also going to quickly share this link to in some of the Discord servers I'm in. Let's see. Let's see if anyone comes and joins us as I quickly spam in here. Yep, let's see. We have 2 viewers at the moment. Can someone type in chat and just tell me that you can hear me so that I know I'm not shouting into the void? Yeah, I just want to know that everyone can hear me and that the stream is working just fine. If there's anything, I think this is a bit too big, so I'm going to quickly shrink it down a tiny bit. Yeah. I will bring this a bit further. What I'll do is I'll bring it a bit further down, but I'll put it off to the side here so that no, that looks stupid. Never mind, I won't do that. What I will do is I'll turn there we go. Turn myself up a little bit more so you can hear me a bit better. Ignore the creaky chair that is in my university recording studio. I'm just going to check if anyone is responding in any of the servers that I'm in. No, it doesn't seem so. So, as I say, I'll wait for the first person to get into this chat before I actually start ranking my top 100 drivers in F1 history. But yeah, how is your guys' day? How are you doing? I'm doing fantastically. Yeah. As you can see, I've got this ranking lined up, and I've gotten some other. So basically, this original list was created, as you can see from here, in 2022. And so I have added on Piastri and every single driver other than Logan Sargent, who's debuted since 2022, because who cares about Logan Sargent? I've mixed them up and put them randomly in here somewhere. I don't even remember where I put them. So it should give a fair chance to those who haven't really had a chance to debut properly. Yeah, 4 viewers now, so if you can, just put something in the chat, say hello, hi, we can hear you, we're live, and tell me how your day's been, because I just want to know how good my fans are doing, because I'm a very careful and considerate person, definitely. I'm gonna quickly take my hoodie off because it's getting quite warm in here. Oh, I've got something stuck in it. Oh. It's been a great day so far, thank you, says, what's that, Nick, this is a new commenter, I think, Nick Klavdianosh, I hope I've pronounced that right, Nick Klavdianosh, 5136, hello, good day to you. As I say, I've never seen you before, so I hope you enjoy the stream, hope you enjoy everything that's going on today, I hope life is good. First comment on the stream. Let me just move my hair out of the way. This is the problem. I haven't actually had a haircut since January last year. So that's why I look like 2022 Sebastian Vettel. With that, I think we can get into the ranking now, because we've got a long way to go. We have, I think, in the default one there was 248 images, and I've added about 7 in, so we've got about 250 drivers to get through to rank in this top 100 list. As you can see, I've got top 10, 11 to 20, all the way down, and all the different categories down to not top 100, obviously. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep ranking drivers as we go along. So, for example, Alex Albon will go straight up to number 1. Alex Albon is not the greatest Formula 1 driver of all time, but what we'll then do is we'll go Alex Albon first, then I think Albon's better than Giovinazzi, so Giovinazzi will go second, and eventually these guys will fall down to the point where they might even fall out of the top 100. It's Greek, don't bother, just do Nick. Okay. It's good to see that I've got fans from all over the world. I think I remember when I did my video on Finland, my video on the on Finland's impact in Formula 1, my entire viewer base, because that's the most viewed video on my channel, my entire viewer base for like a month was 80% Finnish, even though before that and after that it's been like American and British for the most part. I've scattered the rookies from recent years, especially Piastri, because he definitely will be on the top 100 across this list, so that they have a chance of at least being in the top 100 before they get eventually booted out. But I think we can get started. Is my audio right and all that sort of stuff? I'm guessing it is, because no one's pointed it out. So Alex Albon and Antonio Giovinazzi are not, I can assure you, the greatest Formula 1 drivers of all time. But we will eventually get to knocking them off their pedestal, if you will. Let me just let me just go into here and we can look at the next driver. Next up is Nicholas Latifi. So I think we can easily say that he is worse than both Albon and Giovinazzi. Obviously, he had good moments for Latifi. People don't realise that he was somewhat decent in wet weather conditions. He was... he could match George Russell on occasion, but he did it very rarely often, and overall just wasn't as good a driver. Not a horrendous driver by any stretch, but especially in 2022, he really showed signs of decline when he really shouldn't have, because he was still only in his third season of Formula One. After that, you can see some of that, because obviously this was made in 2022 by someone else, and they put the whole drivers' names. The driver pictures that don't have driver names are the ones that I've added in, because I can't bother to just add names onto pictures for no reason. Next up is Oliver Bearman. This is a picture of his Ferrari race in Jeddah 2024. Obviously, the main three categories that I rank drivers on, by the way, I just want to point out the criteria for how I rank drivers is peak pace, consistency, and longevity, all equally weighted. So peak pace is obviously how fast you are at your peak compared to everyone else around you, and that's also countering in how good the people around you were. Consistency is how consistent you are. So, like, for example, there are drivers like Sebastian Vettel, for example, who you can see how the clear fall off in between years, and other things like the same with Lewis Hamilton, the same with Ayrton Senna. There are only a very few drivers who are completely flawlessly consistent throughout their careers, and they will get highly ranked. Others won't. And longevity. Now, you might think consistency and longevity are more in the same thing, or that longevity is just how many years you did, but I do it in a bit of a different way. So longevity, I consider to not just be if you did 17 seasons, you have more longevity than the person with 16 seasons. It depends on which era you raced in, because doing 16 seasons between 1950 and 1966, for example, was way harder than it is doing it today. Because you on average started your junior career later, you started your actual Formula One career later, and physical fitness meant that most drivers up until about 1990 retired at about 35 or in their early 30s. So that will all be taken into consideration. So doing 10 years, having 10 years on the grid in the 1970s is different to having 10 years on the grid today. Like, most drivers in the midfield can make 10 seasons if they're decent enough to stay on the grid. Whereas 30, 40 years ago, maybe even 50 years ago, that wasn't possible, because you would just age and you would get worse. So that's how I do that. Should also consider how they matched up against their teammates. Yes, but that is more in a way woven into pace and consistency. That is also taken into account, but it's not really. I obviously use that as a way to describe things, but I don't use it as like a definite, like, they did good against this teammate, so therefore they're really good, because then you get into the whole debate of, because I think Peter Brook released like a YouTube short of how if you do those teammate battle things, eventually you can come to the conclusion that Jean-Eric Vergne is the GOAT. Obviously, yes, teammate battles do come into it, but just not like they aren't the be-all and end-all, because they have always had caveats. And obviously, you then take into account this driver was in his 40s when they were teammates, and this driver was in his 20s. And I get what you mean, but yeah. Next up on the list is Ollie Bearman. He's better than Latifi. He's better than Giovinazzi. And I'd argue, so Albon, his raw pace is quite good. I'd give it maybe a 7.5 out of 10. For his raw pace, maybe an 8 if I'm feeling generous. His longevity, I mean, he's been on the grid since 2019, apart from 2021, obviously. And his consistency, he was pretty average in 2019, pretty average in 2020. He didn't compete in 2021. He was goodish in 2022, goodish in 2020. The problem is his peak seasons, we just don't know how good he was, because of the caliber of drivers he was up against as a teammate, as whoever it was in the comments just said. And then he got flattened by Colapinto, and then he's been flattened by Sainz as soon as he got used to that Williams. So we don't really know where his level is in terms of consistency. And obviously, longevity, he's been in F1 for 6 seasons now? 6, 7 seasons. Whereas Bearman, I'd argue, his peak performances are fantastic. His peak performance was Mexico 2025. He got a 10 out of 10 performance from me. That was literally almost perfect. His raw speed is fantastic. His consistency isn't. I'd probably give him a 5 or a 6 out of 10 for consistency, because towards the end of 2025 he really started to step up and stopped making those silly mistakes, silly errors. And obviously his longevity, he has not even 2 seasons. So I'll put him behind Albon for now. I mean, literally, I think next season he could go ahead of Albon, because just how I really don't rate Albon. I really don't, because I think that his good moments are good, but then he can have like a really good start to a year and then just disappear for the second half, which I think people don't take into account. You should also rank their racecraft and hot lap pace, because everyone knows points tallies don't tell the full story. Absolutely, and I don't use points standings to tell the full story. I will take those things into account. Racecraft kind of comes into consistency in a way. The way I rank drivers, it's just a rough ranking. So if someone has stupendously good racecraft, I will count that into the ranking. And if someone has stupendously bad racecraft, I will also count that into the ranking. But if they're just average and middling, I won't go and ultra analyze, especially drivers from before about 2010, where race replays, or from about maybe before 2000 or 1990, should I say, especially where racecraft wasn't as important, or where you can't go and watch the races as readily to see this guy was really good at overtaking, this guy was really good at defending. And hot lap pace, I mean, that comes into raw pace, because raw pace for me is both qualifying and race pace. I'd say weighted 70% towards race pace, because it doesn't matter if you're fast in qualifying if you can't then be fast in the race. So the Jarno Trulli rule, I think we should call that, because again, Jarno Trulli could easily be top 10 of all time for qualifying pace, but race pace, he might not even break the top 100. I don't know. I didn't fully watch Trulli race, so I will also, actually, just saying that, I will quickly get Wikipedia up so I can go and look through drivers' careers pretty comfortably. Obviously, I won't use this as a Formula 1. I won't use this as like a be-all and end-all, but if I need to just go and check over a driver's results and check like how many races, I usually know how many races they won and stuff, but just to check their consistency and stuff. Yeah, I will check that just when I need to. But yeah, so I think I'll put Behrman second for now. And again, I will probably look back through this later on and think that driver shouldn't be there, that driver shouldn't be there. Next up is Nikita Mazepin. Why is it not letting me click it? That's very strange. It's not letting me move the drivers. Has the page frozen? Google's frozen on me, for goodness sake. Yeah, Google's frozen on me, I think. Or has it? Oh no, it's back. Mazepin, I've just realised I've moved Russell as well while I was trying to fix that. Mazepin, yeah, easily worst. I think he's underrated is a strong term, but I do think in a way he is, because people just look at his form at the start of 2021 and say, yeah, he was just like that for the entire season. He wasn't. He showed clear signs of improvement. And yes, at the start of the season, he would finish a minute or a minute and a half behind Mick Schumacher in most races. And obviously, Mick Schumacher isn't the greatest of benchmarks anyway. But like in Brazil, for example, he had a fantastic race and really showed Mick up. And I think that going into 2022, because it was clear from his junior career that when the car was working right, he could do well, and he came 5th in that F2 standings, which was a pretty good field. Won a couple of races, and could have easily got. I think he was like 3rd in the championship going into the final round, and he could have easily finished like 3rd in an F2 field. He was second only to Antoine Hubert in what was then known as GP3. It was the last season it was known as GP3 before moving to the Formula 3 moniker. And I think that the 2021 Haas was just a bag of rubbish. It was an awful car. And I think that given that the 2022 Haas was a lot more refined, Schumacher showed massive signs of improvement in 2022, and I think that Nikita would have done so as well. It was clear, like there were times like when he spun during free practice and in qualifying sometimes where the commentators would literally go, "That's not his fault." You can see him turn in, you can see him go on the throttle, and the car just reacts completely differently to what you'd expect. Like I remember Jenson Button said that about his spin in practice at Spain, I believe. There was other stuff like when people were criticising him because he did skip the queue in the first race of the season, Bahrain qualifying, and then spun on his flying lap. But it was because the brakes, they didn't fail, but the brake-by-wire failed, and he locked his rears and spun, and like the rear brakes went on full lock, and so he had no way to stop a spin. And people had to go at him for that when it wasn't his fault. But yeah, no, regardless, he's still worse than Latifi. He's just not as bad as people say. Let me just keep an eye on the comments while you guys are talking. Alesi had good hot lap pace, but he never calmed it down, and it cost him during races. I even believe he got fired from South breaking cars too much. I think that's the most John Alesi thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. But yeah, next up is George Russell. I think he's easily best of the drivers we've got so far. Fantastic one-lap pace, fantastic race pace, fantastic consistency. The only real off-season he's had is 2023. I'm not even sure if that's just him being average or if that's Lewis Hamilton finally returning to his good form from the previous decade. But he's gone up against. He went up against Latifi and Kubica, but then he went up against Lewis and really showed him up. And now he's going up against Antonelli, and he's doing enough to really assert himself in that team. So that is George Russell. Next up is Lando Norris. Lando Norris for me is clearly worse than George. He has, I'd say, maybe a tenth more of raw pace, but his consistency is just all over the place. Like, if he was as consistent as George, he would be a weapon. He would be arguably second best driver on the grid behind Max, but he just doesn't have the consistency. He makes needless errors. We saw that this year. Like, he cleaned it up somewhat towards the end of the year, but at the start of the season, he was like Jeddah qualifying. Baku, I said he cleaned up towards the end of the year. He had Baku, where he was just nowhere the entire weekend, and he didn't, luckily, Piastri did even worse than him, but he could have easily capitalised and got 25 points that weekend. And then he pretty much makes up for the engine failure in Zandvoort. But really, Norris he's not a bad champion. People are saying he's the most undeserving champion in Formula One history. He just isn't. He's an average bang average middle of the road champion who made a couple of errors in his title winning season. People don't realise just how many drivers made errors in their title winning seasons. I think that's just because of the standard that Verstappen's set recently. Not so much Hamilton, because he, even in his best seasons, made errors. Apart from 2015 and 2012, obviously 2012 wasn't a title-winning year. But I think people are too quick to go, well, he's not as good as Verstappen was. He's not as good as Vettel and Alonso were in their primes. And it's because those guys are all-time greats. And Norris simply hasn't had a chance to prove himself as one of those yet. Maybe he's one of those drivers that after he's won a title, he then calms down and then gets that consistency forward. Maybe he's going to be like what Lewis Hamilton was, because Lewis Hamilton in 2008 was horrendous and was super inconsistent. But then, even as much as I like to rib him, he was clearly a lot more consistent in his later title-winning years. Norris is the modern-day equivalent of Button. You see, Button wasn't inconsistent per se during a season. This is the weird thing about Jenson Button, is he was never really inconsistent during a season. Maybe 2012 is the exception to that rule, but generally he'd have a good season, then he'd have a bad season. Rather, because Norris, he will have loads of good races in a season and then loads of bad races in the same season. But Button, his performance just fluctuated season to season because he operated in a very narrow window, where if the car didn't handle to his specifications, then he wouldn't do well. Norris can handle a car that he doesn't like. We saw that at the start of 2025 when the car clearly wasn't geared towards his liking. He was doing okay. Again, he made mistakes, but he at least had the pace to be up there with Piastri. And then when the car was geared towards Norris towards the end of the season, Piastri just lost his way. And so, what was I going to say? Button. We'll get to him later, but essentially, I'll go through his career. But essentially, he would be good during a season. If he was good during a season, he was good during a season. He hardly ever lost his way. But if he was bad during a season, he didn't then gain that thing back. Who's that driver after Albon? That's Behrman. that's Bearman. I added those pictures in because this, as I said, this quiz was only made in 2022, and obviously Bearman wasn't around in 2022, at least not in Formula One. Let me have a look what else people are saying, because people are chatting quickly. Imo Button was never a good driver. He only looked good at BAR because his teammates were Sato and an aging Barrichello. Again, I will go through Button later, but aging Button was up against Hamilton and proved to be some cases more consistent. Not to mention he beat Hamilton. Yeah, I'll go through Button in a minute. I'll wait for him to come up whenever he does. Next up is Carlos Sainz. Sainz is quite an underrated driver. I think. You see, he clearly doesn't have the raw pace that Norris has. I would actually call him, in a way, a modern-day Jenson Button. I would call him a modern-day Jenson Button more than I would Lando Norris. Because Jenson Button was clearly quite smart and quite relaxed and knew what he was talking about and just did things with a level of precision and a level of thought that someone like Norris doesn't. And Sainz is somewhat similar. Very good with R&D, I've heard. Very good at developing cars. Very good at most things, really. The only thing he really lacks is wet weather. The wet weather he struggles in because he spun off So he had problems in Australia 22, Suzuka 22. Like the wet races this year, he didn't do anything. Or last year, should I say, he didn't do anything. That's the only real weakness he has. But everything else, he's fine. And yeah, he probably loses like maybe a tenth and a half on pure, raw one-lap pace to someone like Russell or Norris. But his performances against Leclerc showed that he was essentially like the modern-day Jenson Button, where he wasn't as fast as the top drivers. But when the top drivers start making silly errors, like Norris would, or like, an old version of Leclerc, like 2022 or 2021, when they were making mistakes, he would easily capitalise. And I think that, yeah, I wouldn't put him as good as Russell because Russell has his consistency while also having good pace. But I think second ahead of Norris is fair. I would definitely say that if you put Sainz in that 2025 McLaren, that he wins the title before Norris does, or by more margin than Norris does. Next up is Mick Schumacher. I really don't rate Schumacher. I think he's even worse than Giovinazzi, for example, because I just don't see the hype. Like, I've heard people say, like, oh, towards the end of 2022, he was beating Magnussen. And it's like, it's Magnussen, for goodness sake. And, yeah. Do I believe that in a more friendly grid, in a grid with 24 or 26 cars, that he'd maybe deserve a place just to kind of give him some time and see if he does anything? Maybe. But when you got 20 cars on the grid, or like when we did have 20 cars on the grid when he was on the grid, you can't be sitting there waiting for something to come along, waiting for... what was I going to say? Waiting for a chance to say, oh, I'm really good. Because he did have a couple of good races, like I think Austria, where he finished like P6 or P7. Hungary 2021, where he kind of had a chance to show what he was capable of in that Haas by defending from Verstappen. But apart from that, there's just nothing. Yeah, I think that's a fair place to put Mick Schumacher. Next up is Lance Stroll. I mean, obviously, I did a video recently on Stroll, and I think he's quite underrated. The problem is, though, he is underrated, but he's not as... He clearly has... like peak pace, 2020 Stroll easily goes, like, here. But his consistency isn't great. 2023 probably brings him down at least, like, a couple of places. I think that career-wise, he's probably ahead of Bearman. Would I also put him ahead? You see, again, because we don't... Alonso isn't really a good benchmark because we don't know. We truly don't know until Alonso gets a new teammate if 45-year-old Alonso is infinitely worse than what he was at Alpine against Ocon. Because he's been up against Stroll all those years. And yes, you could say, well, technically, Stroll's got on a lot closer since 2023 but 2023 was a superbly bad year for him. And he clearly wasn't adapted to those cars. I'm going to say, yeah, I'll put him there just ahead of Bearman. Next up is Yuki Tsunoda, another driver that I'm not particularly fond of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is now me moving Mazepin down to P11. Because Tsunoda definitely is up here. I would put him... Yeah. Tsunoda is just a bang average driver. Nothing too spectacular, but nothing too terrible either. Let me check if anyone's saying anything. Let me have a look what people are saying. Oh my god, people are saying loads of stuff. Sainz has good pace, but he's mature with it in qualifying and he's only aggressive with his racecraft. Sainz has a very analytical approach to racing with development and strategy. Carlos Sainz Jr. has a very weird career. Also, Carlos has been generally very good in the wet. For every Australia, he has a Las Vegas qualifying, for example. Yeah, potentially. Like, if Sainz used his raw pace to the max, he'd end up people like people like the Villeneuves and Sartos. Maybe. Because Sainz does get pretty reckless with his racecraft at times, and sometimes it's costed him. Yep. Magnussen's raw pace and racecraft was strong, but he was too reckless and cocky for it to show properly at the time. Magnussen was like a slightly more mature version of Lawson. That's actually quite funny. Stroll has the pace, but he is clearly severely inconsistent, and this just leaves people remembering his fumbles. It always feels like there's more Sainz could do, but he's got the wins. I think Stroll over Albon very narrowly, but I can see that the other way. Yep, so glad to see people are in agreement. Next up is Guan Yu Zhou. Zhou... He's a serviceable pay driver in the modern age. I think it's the question of, is he better than Latifi or is he worse than Latifi? I think he's better because he went up against Valtteri Bottas, who, although he's not as good as George Russell was, he's still not bad, especially in pure one-lap pace. And especially at the start of 2022, Bottas was threatening to get like some podiums or top fives even. And I think he did get a top five. But I think Zhou, especially in 2024, showed that he could do well against Bottas. So I think I will put Zhou ahead of Latifi. And I'll move Latifi down one step. Next up is Lewis Hamilton. For now, he's obviously going to the top. But we'll wait for new drivers to come along. Gerhard Berger, very, very, very good driver here. So Gerhard Berger, he started his career in 1984 at ATS, ended his career at Benetton in 97. He had a very good range of teammates. So I can't remember who his teammate was at ATS, but it doesn't really matter. His first big break was at Benetton in 85. 86, where he went up against Teo Fabi. Fantastic qualifier and got his first win at Mexico 86. And just generally performed very well. Went to Ferrari in 87 or was it 88? I think it might have been. No, I think it was 87. And stayed there until he went to McLaren and was Senna's teammate. Then he left there and went back to Ferrari, was Alesi's teammate, and then went back to Benetton, which was where he was Alesi's teammate again. And he stacked up very well against Jean Alesi. People always say Jean Alesi is some underrated legend when he's not. But yeah, let me just see where I want to put him. I think he's very similar in a way to Carlos Sainz. I actually think that. Very mature. Like, don't get me wrong. There are stories of not being serious enough, but I think that as a driver, he could definitely hack it with the best. Maybe not with your Sennas or Prosts, but definitely he was closer to Mansell or maybe not PK, but he was closer to Mansell or. Definitely better than Hill or Villeneuve. And he was definitely closer to them than he was to or he was definitely closer to Senna, Prost and Piquet than Mansell or Piquet were than Mansell or Hill or Villeneuve were to him, as I forget how to speak. Berger was on the same level as Hakkinen and Omo. I wouldn't go that far, but I would say that he definitely he had a good pace. Zhou was frustrating because he had decent pace which he could kind of build on, but he was just too lazy to actually use it in races. Okay, I mean, for now, obviously on this list, Lewis Hamilton is the greatest of all time, but now we've got Valtteri Bottas, who obviously gets ahead now. Bottas, a very good qualifier, very good on one lap pace, no racecraft whatsoever, good longevity, decent consistency. Obviously he had a couple of off years. I'm trying to think of when those off years. 2018 wasn't a great year for him. 2020 and 2021 weren't great for him either. They were clearly worse than his other seasons against Lewis. And 2024 wasn't fantastic. But I'd definitely say he's not better than Norris, but he is better than Albon, Stroll, those kind of guys. I think that's fair to say. James Hunt. Now, Jameson's a weird one. So longevity, 6 seasons, 7 seasons in the 1970s was still not much. It was an average length career, but not average length for a champion. Champions generally used to do about 8 or 9 or 10 seasons back then, or maybe slightly more. He had fantastic one-lap pace. He had mostly good racecraft. He was a bit reckless. And his consistency between seasons was good up until he left McLaren and went to Wolff, and he clearly didn't care anymore. So I think I will put him above he's definitely better than Bottas. Is he better than Norris? No. I don't think James Hunt is better than Norris, because they've been in F1 for about the same amount of time now. Actually, Norris has been in slightly longer. And obviously, Hunt, it took him a couple of years to get fully going. Like, he showed glimpses of potential. I think he got a podium at Brands Hatch in 74. Or was it 73 where he got one at Silverstone or something? Like, he could have got a couple of podiums in 73 and 74, but 75 was his true breakout year. And 75 to 77 was where he really was in his prime. But you can't judge someone's prime. You can't judge someone off of 3 seasons and say that they are as good as someone like Norris, who, yes, we laugh at him for 2024, but he was very good in 2020, very good in 2021, very good in 2022 and 2023, and somewhat good in 25. So I don't think we can put Hunt above him. Let me have a look what people are saying. Berger is a very strong qualifier. I used to be on board with him at Suzuka 97, and he managed to take the old Dunlop curve flat out. Dunlop is that's the one where Bianchi crashed. That's the left-hander after the S's, isn't it? Obviously that's an old. Obviously nowadays, actually, I think on the F1 game, when I know it's not an accurate depiction of real life, but on the F1 games, I remember doing a pole lap in Classic Car League in '96, in a '96 Williams, and I took that corner flat out pretty easily. I think. The was a tight sweeper between the S's and the Deckers. Yes, it's almost impossible to take flat. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I can see why it's very good. Ronnie Peterson. Ronnie Peterson is an incredibly underrated driver. The only problem is, if he'd have existed in the modern era, he would be unreal. Because he was very fast. Like, we're talking multiple-time world champion levels of fast. But he didn't know how to look after his cars, and he raced in an era where you had to know how to look after your cars. That definitely cost him the 73 championship. It definitely I don't think it cost him a 78 championship, because there was other factors at play for that one. But he definitely, one lap pace, we are talking he could be top 10 of all time for 1 lap pace and for race pace. But he didn't know what looking after the car was. And even if he'd have existed maybe 20 years later, that could have been passable, and he could have won a championship or two. But he existed in an era where that, unfortunately, wasn't very good. Yeah, that's all. I obviously talk about Dunlop. I think Raikkonen and Lacey had an accident there in 2001. It was Raikkonen and someone. It might have been Raikkonen and Frenton or something, for goodness sake, but I wouldn't know. Next up is Jody Scheckter. Another good driver who people don't really rate much nowadays. 7 or 8 years in the sport. Retired once he realised that the 1980 Ferrari just wasn't good and he wanted to get out. I think that's a good provisional position for him. He was very, very underrated in his Tyrrell years and deserved his Ferrari championship. He was one of very few drivers who's won one title who actually was the best driver in their title-winning season. Because most of the time, one-time champions get it because of the car, not because of their driving skill. But Scheckter isn't really one of those drivers. He genuinely deserved that title. I think that's probably fair. Is he better than George Russell? You see, actually, yeah, I would say he's better than George Russell. Next up is Rubens Barrichello. Obviously, if we're talking about longevity, 18-year career, had the most starts in F1 history. And he could have even gone longer. Like, it wasn't. He wanted to stay on in 2012. He could have come back with Caterham even in 2014, but that never came to fruition. His consistency was okay, I guess. Very emotional driver, but also very good. People think that because he got dunked on by Schumacher, that his level just wasn't very good, or that he was just always a number 2. But he could match Schumacher. In some things. Ronnie was generally plagued by reliability. In 1973, he achieved 9 poles and won 4 races, more than defending champion and teammate Fittipaldi, not to mention champion favourite Andretti in 78. Yeah, I don't rate Fittipaldi really much. I need to just sneeze. Hold on. Brilliant. I couldn't sneeze. But yeah, Ronnie was good, but some of those mechanical failures he had, for example, in 73 were caused by him overworking the car. And 78, other factors were him being number 2 driver to Andretti. Barrichello, I'd probably put, he's definitely higher than Hunt. Is he better than Norris? Oof. Longevity, consistency, yes. Better than Berger? No, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I'll wait and see what you guys think. George Russell is a little high, I think, here. I wouldn't say so. I think George is correctly placed. I don't think he's worse than Gerhard Berger or Carlos Sainz. Let's go on to Felipe Massa. Now, if you want to talk about consistency, this is a perfect driver who isn't consistent. But it's not consistency between seasons, it's just consistency in seasons. Because, like, his raw pace was fantastic. And he could generally hang it with the likes of Raikkonen and Hamilton and Alonso and all those guys when he was firing on all cylinders. But when he wasn't firing on all cylinders, he looked like an idiot. Even if he was fast and crashed a lot, he looked like an idiot. So he's definitely better than these lot. He's definitely better than Albon. I'm even pushed to say he's worse than Bottas because of his mistakes. Maybe he's slightly better, but I'd then be hard pushed to put him at better than Hunt. And I think that's just how much I see him as. Rubens was strong at Jordan and Stewart, but Schumacher made him look worse than he actually was. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I would say that's pretty fair. We've now gone through 20 drivers and we are 38 minutes in. Yeah, I need to get through this quicker because otherwise we're going to struggle. Villeneuve, underrated driver. People initially rated him pretty fairly up until a few years ago when he was in the media, when he's now gotten into his media grind. And now people have overcorrected and they're saying he's the most undeserving champion and that he never really deserved his championship and that he was a massive fraud. Now, 1996 was a good season. Like, if he'd have beaten Hill that year, that would have been utterly embarrassing for Hill. But he was very close, and I think luck corrected, he was only about 5 points behind, which is ridiculously close. But then again, Damon Hill isn't that good a driver. 1997, he shouldn't have let Schumacher get that close to him. But he did win the title. He was the only driver to actually get into Schumacher's head and make him do what he did in Jerez. He was the only driver who actually rattled Schumacher in a way. 1998 was good. 1999, we don't really know much about it because of all his retirements. 2000 and 2001 were good. It's just after that he was average or mediocre at best. 2006 he had a bit of a renaissance, but I think people have definitely overcorrected in their estimations of Villeneuve. I think people have definitely, because of his outbursts in the media and because of his, or not even outbursts, just him having opinions that people disagree with, people have overcorrected and make it seem like he's some sort of terrible driver. He's definitely better than these. He's definitely better than Massa. Is he better than Hunt? Actually, what I will do is I made a list, conveniently, of ranking the one-time champions. I'm going to see where I put Villeneuve, just so I can, because I painstakingly looked through all of them. Where is it? Ranking one-time champions. Villeneuve was behind Norris, but interestingly, Hunt was above Norris. No, actually, no. I'll check. Yeah, I'll put Hunt above Norris. So now Mazepin moves down into the 20s. Jacques is a very misdirected driver because he was always very experimental and open to big risks, because him and Montoya were some of the only drivers to use oval racecraft at almost every race. Like, Jack was one of a few drivers who was able to track extend using grass and actually make it work to his advantage. Yeah, I will say, because I do a lot of NASCAR League racing, and NASCAR League racing has taught me a lot about driving technique. It's made me a lot smoother as a driver, even when I drive in Formula 1 cars. Link to the tier list, please. I can give you it. Obviously, I have added a couple of drivers on, like Behrman and co. Let me just put that in. There you go. But yeah, Jacques is very... For me, Sainz Jr. is way too high. Should be around where Bottas is. Yeah, no, I don't say that. I wouldn't say that. Because although he lacks that one lap pace that, for example, Hunt or Norris has, he's definitely got the minerals and the consistency to be able to counteract that. Andretti, see, this is the issue with Andretti. If we're talking motorsport goats, he's second behind Hamilton. But in Formula 1 specifically, he didn't go full-time until 1975. All the previous years, he did like one-offs for Ferrari and a couple of other teams, but he went full-time with Val Parnelli's team in 1975, and he was already 35 by that point. And then he went to Lotus. He had good moments, and he wasn't a bad driver by any stretch, but the fact that they had to put him as number one driver to guarantee him the title against Ronnie Peterson pretty much shows the level he was at. And he was good, decent enough at Alfa Romeo, and he was good. The fact that he was able to get pole positions and podiums at Ferrari in 1982 at the age of 42, by the way, which is like ridiculously old for that era. Like most, I think like you look at the drivers like who was retiring around that time, Clay Regazzoni, Carlos Reutemann. Those guys were in their late 30s and they were clearly showing signs of decline. Or maybe not Reutemann, but Regazzoni definitely was. And obviously, Regazzoni retired due to an injury, but most drivers retired at around 35, and he was still going very strong at 42. I think I put him below Villeneuve in my list. Hold on, where did I put him? I'd say he's better than Massa, but I wouldn't say he's better than Villeneuve. Yep. That's where I put him. So, move Latifi down, and that makes that. I've not got any clue about F1 before like 2019, as I've never had an interest, nor is it a huge one. But whereabouts would you put Max now compared to where he might place at the end of his career? Obviously, you'll see where I put him later on, but he can only go up from here, because unlike Vettel, who had shown signs of inconsistencies, Verstappen really hasn't. Andretti Jr. is a good example of why Jay Villeneuve Montoya is so underrated, because he's an example of what happens when you get too comfy with how aggressive kart is. Andretti had a great racing career. He did have a great racing career, but we're talking about Formula 1 drivers, not racing drivers. As I said, he'd be second if we were talking about racing drivers as a whole. Alan Jones, strange career really. Started off at Embassy Hill, not Embassy Hill, but the driving a Hill chassis in 1975. Went to Shadow, then went to Williams, and he made his name at Williams. It was his team, and then retired in 1981 when he arguably could have gone for a bit longer, and then came back with Haas Lola and Arrows, and well, yeah, a very good driver when he wanted to be. It's just that he didn't really have it, like James Hunt in a way. He didn't really have the longevity to really. I would put him as better than someone like James Hunt for longevity purposes, because even though he didn't have much, he was still better than Hunt, and his consistency was also quite good. Yeah, do that. Carlos Reutemann, as we were just talking about him, he deserved the 1981 World Championship, and I'll say that comfortably. He was very much a very good driver in an era of legendary drivers, and he's in a way, he's very similar to Sainz, Berger, Barrichello, in that they are very good, but they just don't have that killer instinct to be a champion. Sainz, I think, could do, but I still don't think he's like top 3, top 4 on the grid. So I would actually put Reutemann as better than Jones. I would have put him better than Barrichello. You see, again, Reutemann longevity-wise, how old was Carlos Reutemann when he started in Formula One? He was 30. See, this is the point. He was 30 when he began his Formula One career. Because when did he start driving? After racing touring cars in Formula 2 in Argentina, he moved to Europe in 1970. Yeah, he only started driving, I'm assuming, in his mid-20s, which, again, very 1960s, very 1970s. And, yeah, the fact that so longevity, so, yeah, he very much surpassed what he should have done longevity-wise. So I'd actually argue he's better than Barrichello in that regard. But I wouldn't go ahead of Berger. Shadow and Arrow is a really underrated teams. It's a shame they never reached their full potential. Yeah. You're at X21, your knowledge of F1 makes me feel like a casual. Well, I'm just autistic, so don't feel like you should know this, because you shouldn't. Yoshi says hello. I may have to go and get some more water at some point, because me talking a lot makes my mouth very dry, and I don't want to have a dry mouth. Anyway, move Norris down out of the top 10. Move Schumacher down out of the top 20. Next up is Alberto Ascari, a very tricky driver to rate, because we don't know how good his peak was, because I think that his Ferraris in 1952 especially was the best car in Formula 1 history, if we're talking about compared to the rest of the grid. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I look at the 1952, is it? The 1952 Belgian Grand Prix. From memory, it was 12 seconds ahead of the next best car. Oh, 15 seconds. Oh, so it was even worse. So, yeah. I mean, yes, Spa was a 4-minute track. But let's go to a more common length circuit. That'll do. He was 4.5 seconds ahead of the next best car, driven by Jean Berra, who was a fantastic driver. Silverstone, he was 5 seconds clear of the next best car. The Nürburgring, oh my god, I don't want to see this. Okay, 14 seconds isn't that bad, but then again, you can be a good driver rather than have a good car out there. Zandvoort, 5 seconds to the next best car. Monza, okay, only 1.5 seconds. I don't know how Maurice Trintignant did that, and my computer just decides it's going to go walkies. Okay. Oh, and then you go into 1953, but like, you get what I mean. Ignoring D500. And like Switzerland, for example, he was, 4.6. That car was unbelievably quick. And I would say he's definitely above these guys still. But what I'm trying to say is, you have to take that into account. I'd probably say that is he better than Scheckter? I mean, longevity-wise, he had the worst longevity, I think, of any champion. But it wasn't his fault. He died, obviously, in a crash. Only really, because he was weird in the fact that he, give me a second. Oh yeah, he didn't even take part in Switzerland, did he? Because he was too busy competing in the Indy 500, which was a waste of time because he didn't do well. Alberto Ascari. Let's have a look. So he didn't do many races in 1954 from memory. Ignore all those first places. Yeah, he didn't do the full season because he was trying to get the Lancia project off the ground. Obviously, he did get pole at Pedralbes. But yeah, in reality, he only did 4 full seasons. So maybe on that basis he goes below Scheckter. By the way, is this in order? Sainz is good, but certainly not better than Lando. He is. He is. On longevity, like on consistency, on like again, pure pace is not there. But I believe that in that 2025 McLaren, Sainz would have beaten Norris as a teammate. I do believe that. David Coulthard is next. Oh, for goodness sake, it's done this again, where my page is frozen. Of course it has. Of course it has. I'm just going to quickly... I'm going to try and read your comments as you... yeah, Norris is better. I don't think Norris is better than Sainz. Like, again, pure pace I think he is, but otherwise, no. David Coulthard, very good on one-lap pace. Very good when he wanted to be, but was just inconsistent. And there was always a running joke in British media that he was the face of, if a Scottish athlete is an icon, they're British. And if they are not an icon, they're Scottish. And that's why people know him as Scottish and not British nowadays. I would say if I can move him, because yeah, brilliant. It's frozen again. I love it when that happens. He barely beat rookie Lando. What makes you think he would have beaten him this season? I don't think it was again, I haven't got the stats to prove it, but I don't think it was a barely beaten. Because if you're looking at point standings, then that's not really good. Sainz outscored in both years and showed slightly more pace. Obviously, and again, I'd have to, because obviously the way I do my stats is I take away all the caveats, and I'd have to find a way to do that. He barely beat rookie Lando. What makes you think he would have beaten this season? Because Lando is inconsistent, and because Sainz has proven against drivers like Albon, like drivers like Leclerc, that he can match Leclerc over the course of a season, or be slightly behind. And Leclerc is a better driver than Norris, so he is at least equal to Lando, and I think that he's slightly better. But anyway, Coulthard. He is better than Albon, better than Bottas, better than Massa, better than Andretti. Is he better than Villeneuve? Because again, 14 seasons, and only toward like 2008 did he really start to show massive signs of decline. Is he better than Villeneuve? Again, like he didn't peak in like in the early 2000s. He was very good. But I can't put him above Villeneuve because Villeneuve was truly champion level. I don't think Coulthard ever was. This is Piastri. Now, this is an awkward one because he clearly has very good one-lap pace when he wants to. I think it was a Grand Slam in Bahrain 2025. He got a couple of great wins this season, and up until Zandvoort, he looked like he was truly the better driver. But after about that 2/3 point of the season, he just completely fell off a cliff. And I mean, Singapore, they should have done something about Singapore because Lando did essentially barge him out of the way. And people say, "Oh, well, he hit the back of Verstappen." Well, then you brake earlier and you don't hit the back of Verstappen. It's not like people don't realise that the throttle and the brakes work both ways. You can slow down to avoid an incident. And people say, "Oh, well, once he was in that position, he couldn't get out of it." And it's like, yeah, well, don't put yourself in that position then. It's the same with Vettel and Hamilton in Canada 2019. That, like, initially I thought, okay, people have got a sort of... This was back in 2019 when I was 15 years old. I was like, okay, people have this opinion and maybe they're sort of right. But I don't realise how stupid it is because Vettel was the one who made a mistake. This is a completely different rant, by the way, completely separate from the ranking. Vettel made the mistake, went on the grass and rejoined dangerously in front of Hamilton. Like, people say, oh, the grass was bumpy. And it's like, well, that's why Formula 1 cars aren't supposed to go on them then. Don't make the mistake and you don't put yourself in that position. And therefore it's your fault. Regardless, let's go to Piastri. He's better than these guys. He's better than Massa. He's better than Andretti. Again, he's only been around for 3 seasons. So I'd actually say probably that's fair. He's only been around for 3 seasons. Andretti was only around for about 6 seasons. I think he's on a similar level in a way to Coulthard, being a kind of a champion. He could be a champion. I think he's got the pace to be better than Norris because he's not exactly in his first season. But fair enough. I don't think Lando is a level above these drivers, but his consistency is what won in the championship. No, it isn't. His consistency is what nearly lost him the championship. He didn't have most poles or wins yet. Still got it. The only reason that he beat Piastri was because Piastri was inconsistent. He was more inconsistent than Lando was, but Lando was Lando was also inconsistent. Sainz Jr. is also kind of inconsistent, I feel. 2022 bruises, 2025 even bruises, and it's not like his car's that bad. 2025 he was getting used to the car, and I think there are some drivers where they say, oh, I'm getting used to the car, and they're just waffling. But Sainz, I think we can treat, because he clearly showed not just like improvement. He didn't. It was massive improvement from the start of the year to the end of the year. There's no way you penalise teammate collisions. Thanks, Pumps, for the donation, by the way. I think that's my first ever donation. Thank you. Start 2025, Sainz was getting used to Williams, and Lando did have a car leagues better than the Red Bull, but I will only say the reason was because Max was able to catch up was because he was inconsistent. Yes, that is pretty much the... Like, if Lando had have delivered second places in places like Baku, places like Saudi Arabia, Max would have been nowhere near. As I can in 2019, Hamilton also could have picked up a penalty for going off multiple times. I don't really remember that race, because again, I was 15 years old. Jack Brabham. Jack Brabham is a weird one, because he's a 3-time champion, but in reality, he's really not in terms of caliber. In terms of the caliber of a driver, he's not a 3-time champion. He was good. He was quite good in 1959, but he wasn't as good as Sterling Moss. He was fantastic in 1960. He deserved the title. He was, I think, the best driver that year. Very definitely close to Moss. But 1966, obviously Jim Clark was better. Obviously Graham Hill was better. And the fact that he was going up against essentially a rookie Denny Hulme basically gifted him the championship and the best car. Like, he did have incredibly good longevity. He was still going strong into his mid-40s. Again, in an era where most drivers retired around the age of 35. So that was incredible. His consistency was all right, but he got dunked on by Dan Gurney at Brabham. He really wasn't. I think he was a 1-time champion, maybe a 2-time champion in terms of pure ability. He's better than Albon, he's better than Bottas, he's better than Massa, he's better than Andretti, he's better than Piastri, he's better than Coulthard. But I'd struggle to put him above someone like Jacques Villeneuve. I would. I'd actually struggle to do that. Because, again, he might have really good technical feedback and really good ability to engineer a car. But the fact that he got beaten by Dan Gurney, the fact that he was very close to Bruce McLaren. He wasn't, as I say, he wasn't really much better than any of the teammates he went against that were really good, and he was sometimes worse than them. Can't forget when Brabham pulled up with a beard and a cane when he turned 40 and won the Grand Prix. Lol. That sounds like the most Jack Brabham thing. Obviously, yeah, he nearly won Monaco 1970 at the age of 44. I think he did win a race in 1970. Let me just check. Did he win a race in 1970? I think he did. He was definitely close to getting one. I know he bottled Monaco, but was there anything else? Jack Brabham. That's non-championship. Where's his... yes, he won South Africa in 1970. He was good, but I wouldn't call him like anywhere near. Is he better than Villeneuve? Again, he is super consistent. Sorry, he's not super consistent, but he is super. I forgot what I was going to say. Super longevity. Won with his own team, won in 3 different decades, won back-to-back, Brabham 3 achievements. Those mean nothing to me, though. Those mean nothing to me. Won with his own team. Anyone can win with their own team. Bruce McLaren did it. I know he didn't win a championship, but that's because the car wasn't good enough. Like, you give... Who else made their own team? You give someone like Emerson Fittipaldi. Maybe not Fittipaldi because he was a bit stinky, but you give John Surtees like a championship winning car when he was at Surtees. He could have easily won a championship. Won back-to-back. Yeah, again, the Cooper was the best car in 1959 and 1960. Give Sterling Moss the Cooper. He wins the titles in both years, probably. And won in 3 different decades. 3 different... Those kind of decade stats can kind of... Because when you think of 3 different decades, you think of like 1950 all the way to 1980. But in reality, it's 59 to 70. Like, literally, he just creeped into 2 separate decades. I don't think Brabham clears Jacques Villeneuve as much as some people are suggesting. I would genuinely just leave it there. because I'm not certain of it, so therefore I don't think I should do it. Emerson Fittipaldi, he's another champion I don't really rate, because he only came into Lotus because Jochen Rindt died and because Jan Miles retired. He was okay in 1971. He was much worse than Jackie Stewart in 1972. He was worse than Peterson in 73 and Stewart in 73. He only won the title in 74 because he was in the best car. And Niki Lauda, Jody Scheckter, Clay Regazzoni, all those guys were arguably better. 1975, Lauda was much better and curb stomped him. And then from then on, he went to Fittipaldi. And again, he looks really good in that Fittipaldi. He was able to get a couple of podiums. But that's because the car was probably a good midfielder. And obviously, a good driver in a midfield car, we've seen it with Alonso, can get quite a few podiums. I really don't rate Emerson Fittipaldi. I think that maybe if he hadn't have gone to Fittipaldi and he'd have stayed at McLaren, he might have been able to resurrect his form. For example, a Fittipaldi-Hunt title battle with Lauda involved would be a great title battle in 1976. But I really just don't rate him. I think obviously IndyCar showed he had great longevity. He was still racing in IndyCar until the mid-90s, when he was like in his 40s. And he retired from F1 aged only like 30. He was ridiculously young. Or 33, I believe he was when he retired from F1. But still, I just don't rate him. I really don't. Can we really put drivers from 50s over modern drivers? Yes. Stroll will be dominating with the championship contender or not even the best car. Oh, come on. People don't realise, like, the argument that 50s drivers were were just racing against old people and priests. First of all, that's not true. Fangio, when he won his final title in 1957, was 46, 47 years old. The guys in the other cars, Mike Hawthorne, Peter Collins, Sterling Moss, Stuart Lewis-Evans, they were in their mid to late 20s. Like, yes, at the start of a decade, like people like Giuseppe Farina won a title at 44 years old, and yes, they were mostly older. But that's because the reason why those drivers were old was because no one had had a chance to grow during the period from 1940 until 1950 because of World War II. So for essentially 10 years, no one was able to grow, and also drivers died all the time. So Jean-Pierre Vermeil, who was supposed to lead the Alfa Romeo Works project in 1950, how old was Jean-Pierre Vermeil in 1950, or would he have been in 1950? Jean-Pierre Vermeil. He was okay, he would have been 42, so that's not the greatest example. But what I'm saying is drivers just died back then. Achille Varzi, Tazio Nuvolari suffered from illnesses. Basically, the reason why those drivers were old was because they were reliable and they were consistent, and because most drivers who were good and young died. For some reason, they just did. Probably because they had they were more ragged and they were more error prone, and when you made an error of those days, it was bad. But yeah, by the end of the 1950s, there were many drivers who were in their mid to late 20s. And also, this is another point I like to make. The fact that we know that these drivers weren't bad is because when we moved to the next sort of eras, they were still good. Like, for example, Fangio. He debuted in 1950, and he had the front engine cars, but when the cars were transitioning, drivers like Moss, for example, he was from that early era, he was still competitive in the rear engine cars. And then you look at drivers like Jack Brabham, he was still competitive in aero cars. Graham Hill, the same. He was still competitive when cars transitioned. Basically, if you look throughout F1 history, the best drivers from one generation are just as good as the drivers from the previous generation. Sorry, the good drivers from the previous generation are always as good or better than the drivers of the next generation, which proves that the idea that the guys from the 50s weren't pushing the cars as far as they could go is wrong. Because people talk about driver fitness. Driver fitness wasn't necessary back then because the G-forces weren't as big. Like, you actually didn't really need to be fit. Like, you needed to be lean. You needed to be not fat, but you didn't need to be properly fit until the late 1970s when ground effect came into play. You could be just an average build driver and drive a Formula 1 car up until about... Because Niki Lauda, said that the first time he ever felt G-forces was driving the Brabham fan car. Because it was the first time that you could actually accelerate through an apex rather than power sliding through an apex, which is obviously two different things. So the idea that old drivers, simply like drivers from the 50s, were just shit is the most illegitimate and stupid take I've ever heard of in my entire life. Because they were good. They were, and this is the thing people also don't realise, the races were longer. So while you didn't, obviously there was no G-forces, but you still needed to be very hardened and very resilient and all that sort of stuff. There was no safety. If you made a mistake, there was a good chance you'd die. And that plays into it. You also had to be good with your machinery. Like Fangio, this is something that will baffle your mind, whoever it was who said this in the chat. This will baffle your mind. Fangio has a better finishing ratio or finishing rate than about half of the F1 grid nowadays because he was truly that good at saving his machinery. He was that good at driving just under what the car was probably capable of, because if he tried to push it to its extent, the engine would blow, or the gearbox would go, or a tyre would go. And that was what he was truly great at. Anyway, let's have a look. What were we saying? Let me have a look. Emerson seemed better in kart than he did in F1. Again, I didn't watch kart. Well, I don't know much about IndyCar and kart. I know a bit, but I don't know enough to be able to say that. Norris ahead of Brabham is a bit much, I think, as well. Is that actually the case? Have I actually done that? Do I want to put... You know what? I'll put Brabham above those two. There you go. Jones and Buffett disagree, but it's close. If 70 drivers were all still being capable of strong in the 80s, they probably would have had a chance at staying competitive in the mid to late 90s. My point is, current drivers live the sport from a very early age. Can't say the same for those guys, but fair enough. That's because the climate was different. Because they actually did live the sport from an early age. It's just that you very rarely got chances in your early career. There are exceptions to that rule. Like Graham Hill didn't get a regular driver's license until the age of 24. But like guys like Mike Hawthorne, Sterling Moss, they were racing or driving tractors, driving cars in their very primitive years. But they were just as good drivers. You can get just as good as those drivers. Like we've seen it. Like for example, Damon Hill, he didn't start racing cars until the age of 24, I believe, and yet he still became a champion. Yes, he's one of the worst champions, and yes, he's not as good as people think. But still, I mean, that was in a more modern era than the 1950s, and yet people aren't saying that those drivers were all terrible because they were up against Damon Hill, who just got into it. The only flaw 60s to 70s drivers seem to have in the 80s is that they were more cautious of curb hopping and using curbs, probably because have you seen the curbs of the 90s, 60s, and 70s? If you went over them, you killed the car. Have you seen Kalle Rovanperä in Formula Regia Oceania? He isn't ready, in my opinion. I've seen and heard from him because there's a couple of people in Kyron Smith's Discord server who are Finnish, who are following his path. Yeah, he doesn't look ready, but then again, he's just the only way is up for him. So I'm not going to judge him too early. I don't know, but I think the top guys are about as good in any era. But like the middle and lower guys are better nowadays. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. The field spread is much better nowadays than it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. But the guys at the top were just as good. I agree with that completely. Also in the pre-war days, till the 60s, runoff wasn't a thing. It was just bumpy grass, ditches and mud patches with hay bales for barriers. Also another important point, pre-World War II, early 60s tyres were like 1/4 and sometimes even 1/8 the width of the 70s and 80s tyres, yes. Why do you put Mazepin, Latifi and Tsunoda into the 91 100 bracket from the start? Because I start from the top and then work down. Because at the end of the day, because like that works for drivers like Latifi, Mazepin and other guys. But what do I do when we get to a driver like, for example, let's have a look, Antonio Giovinazzi? How do I know where he's going to be eventually? And then I have to move it all around again. So I'm just going to keep going from the top to the bottom, and then the drivers will just naturally fall out. Anyway, back to Emerson Fittipaldi. I'd say he's better than these guys. He's better than Andretti. He's better than Piastri. He's better than Coulthard. But I'd be hard pushed to say he's better than Villeneuve. I would. Because he didn't really have any standout seasons. his peak pace wasn't really that good. So yeah, I'll just put him there. Graham Hill, 19. If we talk about longevity, this guy had the longest career in Formula One until Rubens Barrichello came along 20, 30 years later. He was still racing in Formula One until he was 46. Now, don't get me wrong, he was rubbish when he was 46. But also his leg breaks at Watkins Glen in 1969 basically killed his competitive career. After that, he was like a midfield driver at best. But he was definitely very good. He was better than Hunt, better than Jones, better than Barrichello, better than Reutemann, better than Sainz, better than Russell. I'd say better than... I'd even go as far to say... You see... Like, let's just have a look at his career. Just to double check where we're looking at. No. Fuck's sake, I can't spell. Graham Hill. There we go. So obviously he was in the Lotuses, which weren't really competitive until and then he was in the Brabham. Very good or decently good 1962 season. Very good 1963. Very good 1964. A couple of bad races here and there, but those easily could be retirements, and they most likely are. Or basically, drivers could retire from a race, or what should I say, drop out of a race with 20 laps to go and still be classified. And that's why sometimes these results came about. So from 1962 until 1969, he genuinely was a top driver, I believe, because he was still winning and doing well. Maybe he probably goes below Peterson, but I'd probably say that's about fair. I like that Russell is that high on my list. I genuinely rate George, and he's the third best driver on the grid after Leclerc and Max. I think he's second. I think he's ahead of Leclerc. Excluding the old dogs Hamilton and Alonso. No, those two don't even belong in the top three. Nowhere near. Sorry. Very close between the two of them. George is in the car to win the title this year. Okay, cool. Still early, still slightly late. And actually, people are going to change their opinion. If you want to see someone just slot people, I'm not sure what that means. You can go. You go to, I don't know. Will talks to me. I don't know who. Okay, I don't know who those people are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So we've got the top 30 has been done. Jenson Button. You see, Jensen's an awkward one. I talked about him, and his consistency between seasons is the bit that brings him down. I put him in between Norris and Villeneuve on my champions list. Like 2000 to 2002, he's mediocre. 2003, he's very good. 2004, he's very good. 2005, he's very good. 2006, he's very good. 2007, 2008, he's decent. 2009, he was good for the first half and then terrible for the second half. 2010, he was great. 2011, he was great. 2012, he was awful. 2013, he was good. 2014, he was good. 2015, he was decent. And 2016, he was decent. It's weird. Yeah. So, actually, I've just realised I might put Fittipaldi ahead of Villeneuve because he didn't fall off the way Villeneuve did, and probably the same with Coulthard. Yeah, that's purely on consistency. Next up is Stirling Moss. Now, some people say Moss is the best driver never to win a championship. I disagree. But he was still very good, and I think we should go. At least start. I haven't moved Mazepin down. Whoops. He's definitely better than Massa. He's definitely better than Andretti. He's definitely better than Piastri. Is he better than Villeneuve? Probably. Is he better than Coulthard? Yes. Is he better than Fittipaldi? Yes. Is he better than Button? Yes. Norris? Yes. And Brabham. Is he better than Hunt? Yes. Is he better than Alan Jones? Actually, I'll go ahead of Jones below Barrichello. Actually, why would I do that? Hold on, I think I might have messed up a tiny bit here. Maybe Barrichello is a bit too high. Is he as good as Carlos Reutemann? No, I wouldn't say so. Is Russell really better though? Over a lap, Leclerc is the man, and Racecraft is arguably Leclerc. No, I'd say Russell and Leclerc are pretty equal on one lap pace. Like, sure, Leclerc has more of those heroic moments where he pulls a lap out of the bag when you don't expect it. But in terms of actual averages, I'd say Russell and Leclerc are pretty equal. Racecraft, Leclerc, and Russell both have their bad moments, so I think they're both equal on that front as well. I think it more just comes down to consistency. I think Russell has better consistency. Button over Norris. No, just on pure consistency. Because again, Norris had a bad 2024 and a mediocre, or not a bad, an ungreat 2025, but he's been consistent other than that. And Button just wasn't. So that's why I put him that low. That's probably why I'd probably also put him below Fittipaldi. Next up is Jean Alesi. One of the most overrated drivers of all time. Sorry, better than Stroll, better than Albon, better than Bottas, better than Massa. Is he better than Andretti? One lap pace probably. Yeah, I'll do that. Is he better than Piastri? No, at least I can't see that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. There we go. Put him in that tier below. Next up is this Hadjar, or is this no, this is Hadjar, because Lawson is the ironically the Red Bull that I put in this. Never forget when Alan Henry just had to put Moss as #1 in the top 100 book. Ugh. I detest people who put people like Sterling Moss way higher, Gilles Villeneuve way higher than they deserve. This is Isaac Hadjar. He is better than Zhou, better than Schumacher, better than Tsunoda. He's not better than Behrman, so I can't put him any higher than that. So yeah, there we go. Giancarlo Baghetti, honestly, like the worst F1 race winner of all time. I'd be prepared to put him above Mazepin and maybe above Zhou and Latifi, but that's literally it. Lorenzo Bandini. Alesi was good in 1999 and 2001 as he actually matured a bit, plus his aggressive racecraft was good to use. Here, that might be the case, but I just really don't rate him. I really do not rate him. Maybe I might put him above Andretti, actually, because of Andretti's longevity was nowhere existent. But yeah, can't wait for Prost and Senna to come up. I will depend on Prost being better with my life. Oh, don't worry, I already know that. Don't worry, I know that Prost is better. Bandini, one-time race winner. He's definitely better than Alesi. Is he better than Piastri? Yeah. Jean-Pierre Beltoise, and they're just going for all the one-time race winners. Luckily, I know all of their careers. Beltoise was good, but he was like what Gasly is or Ocon is nowadays. A good top of the midfield driver, but nothing really better than that. That's the issue. I'd say he's better than Albon, but I wouldn't put him better than Bottas. Joachim Bonnier, he had one good race. He had literally that race at Zandvoort in '59 was really good, but the rest of his career is just so forgettable. So I'd probably put him like there. Brambilla, oh yeah, ahead of Schumacher, but not anywhere higher. Francois Sever. See, people say he's a lost future champion. Now, he could match or beat Stewart on occasion, but he didn't have the consistency, and that's what, I mean, I know that's what Stewart was a master at, but I don't think that Francois Sever was a future champion. I think that he might have been a multiple-time race winner and a really good driver, but I don't think he was a future like, multiple champion. I think he could have been the same level as Reutemann or Regazzoni. Very good drivers who are respected and who are good, but I don't think he would have been a champion. I'll probably put him... He's better than Alesi. He's better than Piastri. He's better than Bandini. but he's not better than Villeneuve. There's a clear gap between Villeneuve and Severe, I think, in ability. Actually, do I want to put? No, I'll put Bandini behind Piastri. Fagioli. He was the third wheel in that Alfa Romeo team in 1950. I'm just going to quickly check that I've not missed any other comments. I haven't, not really. Prost being ahead, maybe Nedzo will now go Senna, given the way it's going. No, I won't. I will not do that. Do not worry. But yeah, Fagioli was the third wheel behind. There's so many to go. Behind Fangio and Farina in 1950 and the start of 51. He wasn't a bad driver, especially considering he was the oldest. He was the driver. I think. Let me just check this. Luigi. I just want to check which year he was born in. Give me a second. Oh no, but he's one of only a few drivers to be born in the 19th century. Obviously, he's the oldest race winner in Formula One history. He retired from Formula One after one. Look at that! Just his one race in 1951 was a win. You can see very consistent, but that was because he was the third best driver in the best car on the grid. Bottas over Massa for peak is Massa, but Bottas is better. Have I got Massa above Bottas? I do. Why have I done that? I don't know why I did that. Yeah. Fagioli though, I think you see, if this was including his pre-war results, so let me just have a look at them. Pre-war results, he'd probably be higher, but he was clearly nowhere near as good as Farina or Fangio in those years. I think that I'd probably still put him like. No, I can't put him above these guys. I don't think he had the pure pace. Let me just see. I'm just going to quickly check what his qualifying gaps were in 1950 to these guys. Okay, he was second in Britain. That doesn't sit me well because he was better than Fangio. Oh my god, he was 4 seconds behind in Monaco. Okay. Ignore Indy. Go straight to Swiss Grand Prix. Oh my god, 5 seconds behind. Oh, not 5 seconds, 3 seconds behind. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to see that he was maybe Belgium. How are you 4 seconds? I mean, to be fair, these tracks are very long. So 4 seconds is more close to maybe 2 seconds in a normal length track. But still. France. How are you losing 4 seconds on a track that is just straights and hairpins? And then Monza. Okay, right, 6 seconds off pole. At Monza, are you? Nah, I'm not having it. Yeah, nah, he's not that good. I'll put him there. Pierre Gasly, another one-time winner, obviously. I think that he is a very capable driver. I think he is World Championship caliber if he gets put in a World Championship winning car. Like, I think he could go against Norris and Co and beat them. I would put him ahead of Beltoise. I'd put him slightly ahead of Massa. Yeah, I do really rate Gasly. I know there's a lot of people that don't, especially on F1 Twitter for some reason, but I really rate Gasly as a driver. Peter Geffen. I mean, if Formula One adopted IndyCar style pack racing, then he might be the GOAT. But he only got one win and was otherwise pretty anonymous. So I think he's better than Brambilla purely because he didn't crash all the time. And he was probably better than Tsunoda and better than Bonnier, but I'd probably put him there. Richie Ginther. Was he at Ferrari when... Was he... Because I always get mixed up between him and Dan Gurney because they have very similar names. Was he the one at Ferrari when Phil Hill won the title? He was. Phil Hill and Wolfgang von Trips are two of the worst title contenders of all time. But still, they made Richie Ginford look like a nobody. He had, as you can see, he has good results here and there, but he was just like a level below those kind of really good drivers. Gasly is very good, but he gets a bit too reckless with his racecraft sometimes. I don't remember many of his bad racecraft moments, but that's maybe because I'm just blinded by how good I think he is. I think that Richie Ginford probably goes in this. He has a couple of good results, but he's really not as good as people think. Innes Ireland had one good race in Watkins Glen 1961, similar to Geffen, similar to Bonnier, but I think he could definitely still hack it with those. He was a good upper midfield driver. Heikki Kovalainen, very good at Lotus and Caterham. I think that if he'd have been given a seat in the midfield team, for example, in like Force India or Sauber or Williams or Toro Rosso, instead of the back market team, I think he could have stayed on the grid a bit longer. But overall, he's probably better than Stroll. I'd actually rate him slightly better than Albon as well, but I wouldn't go better than Beltoise. Gasly over Massa is a bit crazy. If Gasly left tomorrow, most people would say Massa easily. I wouldn't, because Massa was inconsistent. And again, towards his Williams years are a bit better consistency-wise. But Gasly has been Gasly's been on the grid since 2018 or 2017 technically, but full time since 2018. He's had a good decade or so in this game, and he's done really well. Fantastic in 2018. Yes, 2019 was a bit of a dud, but 2020 was fantastic. 2021 was fantastic. 2022 was pretty good. 2023 was very good. 2024 was very good. 2025 was very good. So yeah, that's what I'd say. Robert Kubica. Now, see, he does a lot for the disabled people. He shows that we can hack it, but I think that 2007 wasn't great. 2008 obviously was. 2010 was fantastic. 2019 wasn't. So I think he's better than these. He's better than Kovalainen. He's better than Massa. He's better than Gasly. He's better than Ginford. He's better than Bottas. Is he better than Andretti? Actually, I'll probably put Alesi below Andretti, and then I can put Kubica above Alesi. But I wouldn't go any higher than that. People say he was like a future champion or like a lost champion. I think if he'd have been in a McLaren or Ferrari in 2008, he would have won a title. Or if BMW had just developed a car, then he would have won the title. But I don't think that he would have truly become like some phenomenon and some multiple-time champion GOAT. Pierre Gasly is solid, but there's no real standout moments. Yeah, but there doesn't need to be. It's like Carlos Sainz. He doesn't really have many standout moments. Like in terms of actual pure driver performance, like people say like Australia 2024, but that was more due to the storyline. He doesn't need standout moments. Oh, here we go. For those who know, I'm a big Pastor Maldonado supporter. So I'm just going to quickly run through his career. 2011, on average, he's about a tenth off Rubens Barrichello in qualifying trim and about 5 seconds off him in race trim. In Monaco, he pulls off a fantastic performance. He's running in P7 in the 9th best car on the grid until he gets taken out by Lewis Hamilton. He has a couple of other really good races where he gets like 11th, 12th, 13th, but he's in a really bad car, so you don't realise. 2012, in total, he lost about 50, 60, 70 points due to factors outside of his control. He also lost points due to factors inside of his control, crashes and stuff, etc. But he could have easily, like people say, his win was his only podium in his career. But he could have easily got on podiums in Valencia 2012 when he was taken out by Hamilton again. He could have easily got a podium in Singapore when he was running third before his hydraulics failed. He was running third in Abu Dhabi before his KERS failed. 2013, he was better than Bottas, faster in both qualifying and race trim. On average, it's just that because Bottas had one good race in Kota that he looked better. He was better than Grosjean in 2014 and better in 2015 in the head-to-heads. It was just that in 2015 especially, when annoyingly in the races where Maldonado did excellently, Grosjean retired, so that he didn't get to show his true performance. Anyway, so he is better than these guys easily. Better than Stroll, better than Kovalainen, better than Beltoise. But annoyingly, I think I'm going to have to leave it there. Actually, consistency-wise, season to season, he was pretty good. And Massa wasn't. But can I really put Maldonado above Massa? No, I can't. I'm not going to do that. But he is definitely better than people make out. Jochen Mass, stinky. Just a really stinky one-time race winner. I'll put him there because I guess he didn't crash as much as Brambilla. Luigi Musso, pretty good. I don't think he was ever championship caliber, but he was definitely, maybe would have got more wins if he'd have not died. I think I'll put him above Albon. Actually, I'm going to put Stroll above Albon. Do I put Behrman above Albon? No, I can't. I'm not going to do that. But I will put Stroll above Albon. Musso, I think, is better than Kovalainen, better than Beltoise. I don't think he's better. Like for example, Maldonado. I think Maldonado could have been a world champion if he'd have been managed correctly. If he'd have been actually when people realised it, because he was super fast in his junior career, like. In his GP2 debut at Monaco, when he did his first GP2 race at Monaco, he got pole position, and bearing in mind he didn't have much experience, he was a menace at Monaco. He never finished a race around Monaco in his F1 career, but he was a true menace around that place. He was genuinely, I'd argue, like top 3 drivers of his era, of his generation around Monaco. I've also just realised, by the way, for some reason, those tiers have been switched around. Just fix that. But yeah, Alessandro Nannini, another one-time winner. I've also just realised, by the way, because I do have a list ranking every one-time race winner in Formula One history, and I just want to. Actually, what I'll do is because obviously it's old. I think what I'll do is I'll probably rejig this a little bit because I don't think that it's truly true. Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to move Ginther below these lot. I'm going to move him below Musso. I'm just going to quickly do some rejigging here. Hold on, Bandini's not better than Andretti. He's also not better than Kubica. He's better than Lacey. Kubica, Sever, should he be that high? No. He just didn't have a longevity, I don't think. Kubica's down there. See, I do think Gasly's better than Massa. But if I want to move them both up above these one-time winners, I'm going to have to move them past Bottas. Bottas, I think, is actually better than Lacey and Bandini and Sever and Kubica for longevity and consistency. And so then I can do this. Here we go, yes. Gasly and Massa. And then I can move Maldonado up here. So he's better than Lacey. I think Maldonado is actually better than Lacey in terms of consistency. And Bandini. Maybe Lacey's ahead of Bandini. Maldonado definitely had potential. I think I'll do that, yeah. I think, for example, his race win was definitely the best one-time race winner's race win. Like the best performance in their one race they won of anyone. Definitely. Nannini. He's better than these lot. He's better than Ginther, but I wouldn't put him so better than Musso. Is Sainz really that good to still be sitting in the top 10 over the likes of Jenson and Bottas? Yes. Definitely over Bottas. Maybe less so over Jenson, but I still think yes. as I say, they'll all fall down eventually, and I will go back and look over this once I've finished. So Nielsen had a lot of potential, but really didn't have enough. Really didn't have enough time in the game to really get going. That's the issue here. Yeah, I'd probably put the head of Hadjob below Behrman. Ocon. You see, he can be inconsistent during a season. We've seen that especially last year. But he's still very, very good. And I think that him and Gasly are pretty much inseparable in this kind of ranking. I'd probably put Ocon below Kubica. I'm actually going to move Sever above Ocon and Maldonado above Ocon as well. I do think he's better than Alesi. Jose Carlos Pache. I'll have to check his consistency a second because I'm not sure how. Because obviously he died in 1977 in a helicopter accident, so completely unrelated to his F1 racing. How consistent was he? So he drove for bad teams and was quite good here in 73. Was quite good in 75. Okay, so he's pretty. That's a good. Peter Brook had Maldonado's race win as the best race win when he ranked all the one-time wins. Yeah, it's because Maldonado genuinely, in Spain 2012, he outdrove both Alonso and Raikkonen. And Alonso was in his best ever season, and Raikkonen was he was in a good run of form and was on the better tyres at the end of the race. I genuinely believe that was a 9.75 out of 10 performance. Because that car was not faster than the Ferrari. It might have been faster than the Lotus, but it wasn't faster than the Ferrari. And he drove perfectly. He didn't make a single mistake. Whereas Alonso arguably lost a win because he burned through his tyres at the end in the final stint and went wide. I think it was on lap 59. Maldonado on that day genuinely drove like a champion. And there were other races where he drove like a champion. Singapore 2012, Valencia 2012, Abu Dhabi 2012, Monaco 2011. I genuinely think that people completely underestimate that performance because he got taken out by Hamilton, or not as a direct result, but because he retired and therefore they don't see it as much. I think that's genuinely one of those underrated performances of all time. Just in general, some of Maldonado's performances are because people go, but he crashed a lot. And while yes, he did crash a lot, if you get the results, it doesn't really matter. And he did get results, and when he didn't get the results, it wasn't always his fault. Jose Carlos Pache. He's better than these guys. He's better than Kovalainen, better than Beltoise, better than Gunther, better than Musso, better than Ocon. Better than Sever, I'd even say. Yeah. Also, by the way, I saw, Saye, your comment about he's made about 4 of these lists and every single one's been different. It's because my opinions change. And I get more information as we go along. I learn from more people, more facts, and my opinion of certain drivers goes up and my opinion of certain drivers goes down, and that's why it changes. And sometimes I don't think my criteria really changes, to be honest, but it's just the way that I interpret some things changes. Olivier Panis, good midfield driver, could have been a champion in 97 if he didn't break his legs. I'd say he's better than Ocon. Would I say he's better than Maldonado? Yes, just slightly. I'd say he's better than Sever. I'd even argue that Maldonado was better than Sever because Sever never really had many shining out moments. Not really, anyway. I know he was in Jackie Stewart's shadow instead of Bruno Senna's shadow, but still. I guess there's always data refinement, things you didn't know from before. Exactly. Ludovico Scarfiotti, literally just the most out of the blue race winner of all time. Like, the rest of his career is just a whole load of mid. Ludovico Scarfiotti, also the most Italian name of all time, by the way. Literally, look at his Formula 1 results. How many races did he do in the end? 10 starts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And he got fastest lap. And did he? How quick was he in yeah, he got second in qualifying. Okay, I've just realised. Maybe it was just that the Ferrari was the best car, because what on earth are these drivers? Mike Parks, decent. Lorenzo Bandini, fantastic. Ludovico Scarfiotti, I wouldn't have heard of him if it wasn't for his win. And Giancarlo Baghetti. Yeah, that's why he got the win then, because he was like probably the best driver who finished that race. And objectively, drivers can influence their standings in his eyes over the years. Yeah. Ludovico Scarfiotti. Yeah, just a whole bunch of mid, really. Yeah, I'll just put him there for now, because he's probably not going to be on the top 100 anyway. Piero Taruffi. Decent enough. Sensible driver, but nothing overly spectacular. Yeah, there will do. See, I'm trying to skip through all the not shitters, but the guys who I don't really rate as high. Trulli, now fantastic one lap pace, but not the best race pace. I think that, let's see where I can put him. He's better than Musso. He's better than Bandini. He's better than Alesi, I think. He's better than Ocon, consistency-wise. Sever. No, he's not better than Sever. Next up is Mika Hakkinen. Okay, right, here we go. But I think we've got through all the one-time winners. Mika Hakkinen immediately goes up to the top here. Is he better than Sterling Moss? Like, consistency-wise, no, but pace-wise, yes. Carlos Reutemann, yes. Better than Berger. Better than Sainz. Better than Russell. Remember, Mika Hakkinen's career only started in 1991 and only properly started going in 1993. He only had about 8 to 9 seasons. And Russell, right now, has had 7. So they're quite similar in terms of longevity. And Russell is more consistent, and I think he's arguably just as fast. Like, don't get me wrong, Hakkinen's had some better standout moments, but I genuinely think that George Russell could be considered better than Mika Hakkinen right now. Because Hakkinen was inconsistent. He, 1999 is a perfect example of that. He should not have won that title. If Eddie Irvine was anything more than average, he would not have won that title. He also, 1998 wasn't overly spectacular. 1997, I don't remember anything about it. Like, again, he had good moments. He was very good in bursts, but in my opinion, he lacked the raw, he lacked the consistency. Verstappen, number one. Number one for now. Like, he has been the best driver on the grid since 2019. He has been, like, 2018 was a bit stinky, but 2017 was fantastic. 2016 was fantastic. He was the best driver on the grid in 2016 as well. 2015, he had a couple of bad moments, but overall was still very good. Raikkonen is next. Again, if Raikkonen had retired in 2009, he would probably go third on this list. But he was inconsistent, because 2012 was okay, 2013 was okay, and it was great until the Pirelli tyre changes, and then it was a bit mid. 2014 was a bit mid. 2015 was a bit mid. 2016, again. The 2016 and 18 were kind of alright, but 2017 wasn't. 2019 and 2021 were actually markedly better than his Ferrari years, but he just wasn't overly outstanding. So I'll probably put him there. There, just below Peterson, because he wasn't consistent. I'm valuing raw peaks and raw speed over consistency. Yeah, that's where we differ. I value consistency more than peaks. I don't like valuing, because as I said, you could like Maldonado. By that logic of raw peaks over consistency, Maldonado could be top 10 of all time because of Spain 2012. That's why I focus on consistency so much, because there are so many drivers that you could say. Vettel is a perfect example of that. Hamilton is a perfect example of that. Where if you go off their peaks, they look like the best drivers in the world, but they're not. Jarno Trulli, perfect example. Next up is Damon Hill. I'm gonna go like here. I'd argue that he was like a midfield driver. I genuinely don't rate him at all. Like, is he as good as John Alesi? Definitely not in terms of raw pace. In terms of consistency, they're quite similar. I'd probably say he's better than Musso, but below Bandit. I genuinely do not rate him. Because I don't think people realise just how good the cars he drove were. Let's go for 1994, for example. 1994 Australian Grand Prix. Nigel Mansell had about 5... how many races did he do in 94? Just let me check. Nigel Mansell did... oh, for fuck's sake. How far is it? There we go. Nigel Mansell did 3 races before the season finale in Adelaide. In cars that he had never driven before, because obviously they had completely new regulations in 94. And he qualified 6/10 clear of Hill in the final race of the season, when everything was on the line for Hill. Now, Nigel Mansell was a bit of a late bloomer. He was definitely... 1992 was the best season of his career, and he was fantastic. And he was, 38 during that season? 39 even. But yeah, he was 41. And he was out qualifying Damon Hill by 6/10. Now, obviously, he did fall back in the race, but he was trying to stay out of the title battle. And that, for me, I know it's one race, but that is an example of how bad Hill was. And like 1995, the car was by far the best car on the grid. Like, we're talking like half a second maybe over the Benetton. Maybe no, 94 definitely was. Maybe not 95. Maybe 95 was a couple of attempts. But like, you look who had the pole positions, for example. Let me have a look during this. Let me just go into the season results. So, pole position for Hill or Coulthard in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of the 17 races. And bear in mind, Hill and Coulthard, we know, aren't the best drivers. And he was 32 points behind in the standings because he bottled it. He then, on luck correction, is 5 points ahead of Jacques Villeneuve, who's a rookie. And then he beats Pedro Diniz. Well done. He then is much worse than Ralf Schumacher at the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix. He's 3.5 seconds slower than him per lap in wet conditions. And then in 1999 he gets dunked on by Frentzen because he can't be bothered anymore. Like, and I've spoken to people who were in F1 and around motorsport at the time. They said that if you look at the crowd of drivers that Britain had in the mid 80s to the late 90s, Martin Brundle, Johnny Herbert, even Coulthard, Paul Warwick, who never made it to F1 unfortunately, all the other amazing British drivers that were around at that time, you would not have said that Damon Hill was going to be the champion in that. Like, you look at his junior series record, it's just a whole bunch of mid. Like, British Formula 3. He finished third in 1988. Who are the drivers in front of him? Hold on. JJ Leto and Gary Brabham, a guy who drove for life, has infinitely more points than him. It's a whole bunch of mid. And bearing in mind, he's getting these results when he is 28. He should have already been in F1 by this point, if he was truly a champion. And the reason he didn't was partly because his family didn't have any money. Partly because of other factors that he couldn't control. But he only got to F1 because he was lucky enough to be in that testing role at Williams and didn't do a horrendous job. Hill, we're talking about, by the way, not Mansell. He won a title with P2 being his lowest finish. Great car, but he's not half bad either. Yeah, but if you don't finish, he also didn't finish. He didn't win the title with his low finish being P2. Let me just check that there wasn't any issues in this race for him. Yeah, he finished 4th in Europe, 5th in Belgium. He had an engine failure in Monaco. He crashed out spun out in the wet in Spain. This was a wheel failure, and I believe he crashed out in Monza. Like, he was decent enough on 1 lap pace, I think, because he did get quite a few pole positions. And he was better than David Coulthard in 1 lap pace. But he was... No, I really don't rate him. Oh, you're referencing Mansell in that one. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, Hill, I really don't rate him. I really do not. He was a midfield driver at heart. And I think he wouldn't have looked out of place genuinely his entire career at places like Jordan and Sauber. I don't think that he'd have gotten up to a Williams seat naturally without just being a test driver who literally the luckiest way to get into a Formula 1 car, because Prost vetoed Senna and Mansell didn't want to be a number 2 and they didn't want to hire any other driver because it was just too much hassle, so they just went with the test driver. Literally the luckiest way to get into the fastest car on the grid. Like, against literally every teammate he has that was any good, he got shown up. He got shown up by Prost. He got shown up by Mansell. He got shown up by Senna. Senna was... Let me just have a look at the start of 1994. Senna was... In the first race of the season, he was... Where is he? Hold on, was that... That's 1995, that's why. Give me a second. He was... There we go. 1.6 seconds off of Senna. Then we go down to Aida. 5 tenths. Okay, that's not as bad, but it's still not great. And then San Marino, where he was 6 tenths off. He got shown up by Senna. He wasn't much better than Coulthard, who we already established was not a great driver at Williams. He was error prone and he wasn't that fast. He got shown up by Villeneuve. He got shown up... You can't get shown up by Pedro Diniz. He got shown up by Ralf Schumacher and he got shown up by Frentzen. And he had... People say, at least unlike Norris, he won half the races in his championship season and he had the Suzuka 94 and Hungary 97. Norris had more competition. Hill had Schumacher in a worse car and Coulthard, who was useless. He had 2 fantastic great... In fact, Suzuka 94... I've seen people actually realise that it wasn't an overly good performance because the aggregate scoring basically saved him, because he would have lost the race otherwise. Hungary 97 was fantastic. There we go. He can have that one race. He can have that one race in his entire career where he genuinely showed like great level pace. Next up is Nelson Piquet. Now, here's a driver I really do rate. I think that he's actually underrated because people nowadays only talk about his negative connotations, his off-track behaviour, which is appalling and it's atrocious and we shouldn't stand by it. But on track, he was fantastic. On track, he was superb. And I think that he goes second on this list. So far, anyway. I think that his consistency was fantastic. Like, early career, like 1980 through... 1980 wasn't great, but 1981 was. Again, he had a couple of mistakes, but it wasn't... From 1982 onwards, he was basically a complete driver. 1983 was superb, fantastic. Pretty much beat Prost on a level playing field. The Brabham wasn't very good in 84 or 85. Once he got to Williams, though, he curb stomped Mansell, especially in 87. Because people say, oh, well, Mansell had the crash at Suzuka and he missed 2 races. He crashed himself completely off his own accord in practice. Whereas Piquet had a mechanical failure in practice in Imola, literally slammed into a concrete wall at about 200 miles an hour, lost 90% of his depth perception from that point onwards. He even admitted himself he was no longer the same driver after that, and he still leashed Mansell in the rest of 87. So yeah, 86 was actually more close, but still, on reliability, Mansell was luckier than both him and Prost. People just look at Adelaide and go, Adelaide cost him the title, when actually he was more lucky than them both across the entire season. Piquet was fantastic, is essentially what I'm saying. Over Hamilton, the same Hamilton who beat two-time WDC Alonso in his rookie season. We'll get to that. Actually, no, because I've already because we put Hamilton, because at the time Hamilton was undoubtedly number one. So I'll go through Hamilton's career just quickly. 2007. Yeah, he didn't. First of all, he didn't beat Alonso in his rookie season. He equalled him in his rookie season points-wise. And we don't look at points solely. So Hamilton spent, I think in total, about 20,000 kilometres of testing before 2007, starting in 2004. And in 2006, his programme was very intense. He had pretty much solely tested on the Bridgestone tyres, which is very important for the fact that 2007, F1 switched to the Bridgestones. Alonso had been on Michelin's since, I believe, 2003, maybe 2004. I might be slightly wrong on that. I'm not exactly sure if Renault ran Bridgestones at any point, or if Minardi ran them at any point. I think Minardi did run Bridgestones. So, yeah. And it's not the difference between Michelin's and Bridgestone is not like the difference between soft and hard tyres nowadays. It's a completely different way of driving. You have to adapt completely differently. We saw this. Raikkonen and Alonso's results in the first half of 2007 were a lot worse, pace-wise and consistency-wise, than they were in the second half of 2007. Those tyres were a lot worse. Hamilton hated the Michelins, or didn't like them. He didn't like driving them. If he'd have debuted in 2006, like was rumoured, he was rumoured to have a drive, I believe, at Midland, like towards the end of the season. There were rumours that he would go to McLaren because obviously they were toying with the drivers after Montoya, Della Rosa and Wirtz. There was rumours that he could even take that second McLaren seat at least until the end of the year, but they chose not to because they didn't want to put him on the Michelin tyres because Bridgestones would be in the tyres for 2007. Hamilton's consistency was good until the end of the season where he just fell off. People say China 2007 was a team's fault. It wasn't. Yes, they shouldn't have left him out on the tyres for that long, but he shouldn't have made a mistake. As a driver, you always need to be aware of every situation that can go wrong, and he wasn't. Brazil wasn't his fault, but nonetheless, there were still races like Turkey, where he was completely off the pace, Europe, where he spun out on his own. There were what other races were there? Let me just go back and check. Ignore all this. Also, he debuted in F1 quite late. Like compared to guys like Verstappen and stuff, he debuted in F1 like quite late. He was very even for 2000s standards. Like there were drivers debuting at 19, 20, and he was debuting at 22. Ignore this. So let me just go here. Why is it like this? Let's just go like this. So 2007, yeah, good start to the season. Obviously mistakes in Europe, in Turkey, Belgium. What was the reason for him finishing fourth? It looks like it was just It was just a performance. Yep. So there were mistakes. Obviously, Brazil wasn't his fault, but we'll move past that. 2008. He finished 5th in Malaysia. I think that was naturally. Awful race in Bahrain. I think he crashed during practice as well. Crashed into Raikkonen in Canada. Got a 10th place grid penalty for the collision in Canada. Yes, that's his own fault. And then couldn't make up any positions in the race because he was busy overtaking people off track illegally. That was a puncture. I believe, basically, I worked this out. In total, over 2008, he lost, I think, 40 points due to his own mistakes. Now, bearing in mind, back in those days, 10 points was available for a win, so he lost basically 4 wins worth of points due to his own mistakes. 2009, at the start of the season, I know the car was bad, but he was worse than Kovalainen or equal to Kovalainen when this car was bad. And then when the car was good, he was good. 2010, he was great. 2011, he was mediocre because he was too busy crashing into Felipe Massa the entire time and Maldonado and Kobayashi and all the other drivers. 2012, fantastic season, literally perfect wherever it is. I think it's this one, yeah, perfect, pretty much. The team was failing him all the time. I've just realised, that really just burnt my eyes. I'm going to quickly go into dark mode here, so that it doesn't burn your guys' eyes. 2013 was a good season, but he was outperformed by Rosberg. 2014 was a great season, pretty underrated in my opinion. He was better than Rosberg, but wasn't better than Alonso in a worse car. Alonso won the Ballon d'Or for me in that year. 2015 was fantastic, pretty much a perfect season. 2016, he bottled it. 2017, he was not the best driver that year, but he still put together a good campaign. 2018, more of the same. No, he was the best driver in 2018, but that was just because everyone else was useless. 2019, mistake prone. You can see that in Austria, I believe. Yeah, Germany was another one. Singapore wasn't great. Brazil, yep, that was another mistake from him. 2020, people see 2020 as some really good season, but I don't get why. Because in Austria, he finished 4th on his own merit. He lost to Verstappen on merit in Silverstone. Finished 7th on merit in Monza because of his own mistake. Why did he finish 3rd in Russia? Oh yeah, that was his own mistake as well. The practice starts. And then Abu Dhabi, long COVID, 3rd place, yep. 2021, Imola gets saved by the red flag. Monaco is awful. Baku made a mistake. Austria makes a mistake and keeps running over the curbs. Yep. Monza was a racing incident, that's fine. Turkey, mediocre, because he was busy trying to say, I know the strategy better than the team who are qualified engineers, yep. And yeah, basically, in terms of luck, in terms of 2021, Max beats Lewis by about 60 points. 2022 was okay, I guess. 2023 was very good. 2024 was awful in qualifying for when his 2 wins were handed to him on a silver platter. 2025 was just hideous. Let me have a look at what people have been saying. Won a championship with a slower car in 2008. No, he didn't. It was slightly fast. It was slightly slower, but he still made too many mistakes. Like the only reason he lost that title, the only reason he won that title was because it was Felipe Massa in the other car. If you don't sabotage, if Ferrari didn't sabotage Raikkonen, or if it was someone like Alonso in that car, then Lewis wouldn't be anywhere near that title. 2018, Bottas finished P5. Yeah, Bottas had a bad season, while Lewis was convincingly P1 with 11 wins. He was still not. He was the best driver that year, but that was because Verstappen was crashing all the time. Ricciardo was sucky. Vettel was sucky. Raikkonen was just average. He was just the best of a bad bunch. There's literally no attributes he doesn't rank highly in. Consistency, racecraft. 2016 Bottle, most wins, poles, and joint most podiums. Again, just looking at results doesn't tell you the entire story. The only reason he lost was due to an extra mechanical DNF. No, it wasn't. People just look at the DNFs and go, okay, well, he just lost because of the DNFs. But if you look at 2016, and again, I actually did an article on this exact topic because I wanted to find out for myself because I was curious. I was curious as to whether it was the case, because people were saying it was all due to reliability, and I wanted to find out for myself. I will quickly. Where is my article? Because I did make an article about this. It was. Where is it? Okay, hold on. 2016 Malaysian Grand Prix. Hold on. There is. If I logged into my account, I'll be able to just get it. But oh, I know why. It's because I'm on the UK edition. That's why. Because I write for the USA edition. Racing is called. There it is. Yes, you guys know my legal name now. I think everyone already did. Let me. So this is 2008. What am I doing? 2016 is what I'm looking for. I did one on 2008 as well because I genuinely wanted to just find out. So these are the points losses for drivers throughout 2016. So neither driver lost anything in Australia. Bahrain, Hamilton lost 3 points because Bottas crashed into him at the start. China, he started at the back because of, I believe, mechanical problems in qualifying. Then collided with Nasser on lap 1. So the incident wasn't entirely his fault. So he actually gained 15 points in 12 points in terms of lost points from me. He was gaining on Rosberg at the end of Russia, but he wouldn't have gained any extra points because he wasn't. Yeah, you basically see my explanation there. Spain was both of their faults. Rosberg lost 9 points due to brake fade in Monaco. Canada, Rosberg was forced out at turn 1 and then had an extra pit stop for a slow puncture. So that's now 16 points in Rosberg's favour. Europe, Hamilton crashed out in qualifying on his own and then couldn't rectify, I believe it was technical problems in the race, but it was technical problems in the way that at the time, obviously, drivers weren't allowed to get instruction on the radio. And so you'll see later on in the season in Britain, this one, that Rosberg had the same sort of issue, yet he managed to backtrack and fix it, whereas Lewis didn't. So therefore, Rosberg was able to do something that Lewis wasn't. You can see, Austria, the incident was Rosberg's fault when he was the one who lost out, so no points given. So if you believe that the penalty was fair to Rosberg in Britain, where he got 10-second time penalty for asking to fix an issue that would have terminally damaged his car, which was actually illegal at the time, he would have got 3 points. But Rosberg's incident with Verstappen wouldn't have happened. Between 6 and points, yep. So there we go. Hamilton did not have a chance. Basically, you go through it all. Hamilton losing 25 points, and basically, the most pro Hamilton estimate sees Rosberg lose 3 points over the course of a season when he won the title by 5 points. If you're so critical on mistakes, then Verstappen shouldn't be anywhere near P1. He wasn't named Mad Max for no reason. Hold on. 24 UK, Hamilton, I'm in victory, but he did thoroughly deserve it. Not really. He wasn't the best driver. I'd say that Verstappen was the best. The thing is that the Mercedes was the best car that weekend. If you're so critical on mistakes, then Verstappen should be anywhere near P1. He wasn't. I don't get that. Because up until 2018, absolutely. But 2019 onwards, he's been pretty much flawless. Like, 2025 Spain was the only real proper head loss moment he had. Like he said mistakes, and actually maybe 2021 Jeddah as well, but like 2 mistakes in like if I also made I'd have to log into my office accounts if I wanted to do this, but I have a list of every single incident Lewis Hamilton has been involved in his entire career. In 400 races, he's had about 300 incidents with other drivers, with himself, just spinning and stuff. And yeah, so Lewis has no consistency. Like, season to season, like, as I said, 2015, 2012 were great, but, like, 2014 was the next best season. and 2018 was good. But after that, they're just kind of average seasons or even worse. Since this is the first time I have this, are you going to do this, or is this going to be the video where you'll do 2 more times this year? I probably won't do it again, because basically the reason I'm doing it again is because the reason why it's the third time I've done this is because my opinions constantly keep changing, and the last time I did it I actually didn't finish it. I got halfway through and didn't finish it. Can't really put Verstappen so high when he's never been to another team and won. Never had equal cars with his teammates, meaning all stats make him look way better. But this is the thing, because people use the same logic for Schumacher. Schumacher made very good drivers look just good. He made good drivers look average. He made average drivers look mediocre. And that's the same logic we need to use for Verstappen, because Verstappen made Sainz actually stacked up pretty good against him, but obviously rookie Verstappen was in his second season of car racing. He made, from Spa 2016 onwards, Verstappen was a better driver than Ricciardo, and it wasn't even comfortably. It was comfortably, sorry. 2017, 2018, people say point standings, but again, reliability plays a massive part in that. 2019, Gasly came off the back of a great 2018, and he made him look average. Can we look at Piquet's career and say his mistakes and inconsistency? Like, don't get me wrong, Piquet had those moments. Piquet had 1980 and a couple of races in 1981, and maybe post 1987 he wasn't like 88 and 89 were a bit average. But he never truly looked out of place in Formula One. Lewis, for example, this year, 2025, he's bottom 5 drivers on the grid. In terms of consistency, in terms of pace. And in terms of average performances. And yeah, like Piquet, don't get me wrong, Piquet has worse in terms of, because obviously Hamilton was probably better for slightly longer, but he was also been worse for longer, and he's been more inconsistent. Also, I feel like Hamilton's getting criticised due to him being called the greatest of all time. No? I just don't think he's the greatest of all time. When you say inconsistency from then, you are taking into account the drivers changing gears manually and driving one-handed, not like a train on track state. That is also, I mean, I treat every era as the same. I don't count one era above the other. I count them all equal because it's too hard to then, it adds another spanner into the mix. Piquet, in terms of raw pace, was just as good as Prost and Senna. When he was in his peak. His consistency was good, not fantastic, as I said. He's not utterly fantastic in that regard. But his longevity was also really good, because he was like 40 when he retired. And again, like the champions would, like Mansell and Prost got to those ages, but very rarely did other drivers. In part 1, you already ranked Alonso. You put him ahead of Kimi Räikkönen. I would still maintain that Verstappen and Schumacher have by far the most biased teams towards them, and contracts which make it illegal to fight them. It's not illegal to fight them. That's the wrong way of doing it. Like it was like Barrichello, for example, obviously had to give way for Schumacher in Austria 2002, and he did have a couple of races where he was faster. But the reason why they were in place is because they were there to help them, and it wasn't like they were being robbed of wins and titles all the time. Like, again, Barrichello had Austria 2002, but that was pretty much the only race of their entire stint together where he was truly better, where he lost out on a win. Maybe a couple of others that I can't remember. But it's like 2 or 3 races in their entire stint together. The same with Verstappen. Like, the only race that I can genuinely remember Perez being better than him in, where he genuinely lost a good result due to factors outside of his control, was Baku 2024. How would Verstappen do in a Papaya rules scenario in balanced cars versus Russell Leclerc every race? The reason he wouldn't accept Papaya rules, he would just say no, because something happens to you, it's racing, and it's the same as if that happens to me, it's racing. That's what it'd be. He just wouldn't accept Papaya rules. Any driver other than Norris or Piastri wouldn't accept Papaya rules. Russell wouldn't. Leclerc wouldn't. Like, genuine, like, oh, maybe we're talking about drivers who aren't that good might, but the true champion level drivers just wouldn't accept it. I'm a bit behind because I didn't see this was going on, but I just heard you say you don't rate Emerson Fittipaldi. Are you high? He's a 2-time world champion in 2 different makes of kart. Again, Formula 1. We're ranking Formula 1 drivers. We're not ranking kart. I don't know enough about kart. Again, I watch IndyCar regularly now, but I don't know enough about kart to be able to fairly rank. And it's also ranking Formula 1 drivers. How many years was Piquet actually the best in the world compared to Lewis? Piquet was the best. I actually have my Ballon d'Or rankings here. On my phone. Piquet I put him down as Piquet was the best driver only in one season in 1983, but he was the third best in 1986. He was the third best in 1987 against Senna and Prost, by the way. And he was the third best in 1981, I believe. Yep. Hamilton was the best twice, bearing in mind his career was twice as long. And he's been second and third a couple of times. But I still... champion in his 40s and 2-time Indy 500 winner. I'm Australian, by the way, but I'm not rating Emo as whacked. I think Emo is a good driver, but I think he's more of an Andretti kind of driver, where he's a jack of all trades and not particularly outstanding in any form. He not truly generational and great and like super duper GOAT status in any series he raced in. I'm just saying the stats flatter Verstappen. Again, they do, but that's why I don't fully focus on stats. I focus on consistency and context of those stats. I don't know. I think they'd have to accept papaya rules at some point. No, Verstappen and George and Leclerc would blatantly say no to papaya rules. Maybe Leclerc might say because he likes being sodomized by Ferrari anyway. Which 2 seasons was Lewis the best? 2015 and 2012. Sorry, no, not 2015 and 2012. It was 2015 and 2018. Sorry. Lewis was better in 2012 than he was in 2018, but Alonso was the best driver in 2012. Yeah. As this rant goes on, I will quickly carry on because we're 2 hours in and I'm nowhere near finished. Rosberg is next. I will put him above guys like Sainz. Is he better than Hakkinen? Consistency-wise, yes. But is his true pace up there? Actually, where did I put him in my one-time champions list? I put him between Scheckter and Mansell. We haven't done Mansell yet. But yeah, he's behind Scheckter, so that's fair. Oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll let this rant rage on, and I will still keep... I'm not running away from the argument. I'm just making sure that this stream continues on. Depends on the F1 political pressure and outside factors over the course of the season and contracts. I genuinely think that if McLaren tried to put in if McLaren signed Max and tried to put a contract in his clause saying papaya rules, he would genuinely rather stay at Red Bull and be a non-championship contender than have to deal with Lando Norris every time something goes wrong, going, "Please let me back through, please." Yeah, I just wouldn't. Mercedes and Ferrari basically do a lesser version of papaya rules. They don't favour anyone. But like. I understand. The thing is, in an era where statistics and all that sort of stuff matters, I can sort of understand where if there's like a pit stop blunder, why you might want to give drivers the advantage back. But at the end of the day, you can't be like the drivers aren't going to learn to be cutthroat and brilliant when they're essentially given back all of their bad luck. And like, if you want to be truly the most fair you can possibly be, is it the right way to do it? Yes. But then again, with incidents and stuff, like, they clearly don't do the same with incidents, because Norris in Singapore 2025 clearly drove straight into Piastri. He drove slightly into the back of Max, but still drove straight into the side of Piastri. And they did nothing because it was a borderline situation, and they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to tell Norris to give the position back. And I do think that papaya rules it's not 100%, but it's definitely biased towards Norris. It's 60-40, 65-35. It's not fully equal. Had Max not done what he did in Spain 2025 and won the title, where would you have ranked him? I mean, obviously, we haven't got the drivers who are above him yet in my rankings, but I don't think it would change his overall ranking because I don't really like Spain 2025 counts against him, but he's had hundreds of races in his Formula One career. One race does not weigh you down, regardless. Like Massa 2008 Silverstone is a bad result, but there are other reasons why he's not really good. I would love for McLaren to try and implement pyro rules of Russell and Max as teammates. It wouldn't happen. I think they take anything to win, including the pyro rules. No, I wouldn't. I disagree. There are certain drivers who would genuinely rather be fighting an uphill battle than be on pyro rules. And I can say that as again, I do a bit of racing on the side. I do a bit of amateur racing on the side, but I can tell you that that would not fly for any sort of professional racing driver. Fangio goes to the top. Consistency has it. Raw pace is the fastest driver of all time, and longevity, he lasted 8 years when other drivers who is at his age lasted 5, or less even. He's just the greatest of all time. Jim Clark, he's also better than Max. There we go. We're now starting to get into the meat and drink of the best drivers of all time. Niki Lauda. There we go. Again, his inconsistency and his later career, like 1982, 1983, 1985, kind of bring him a bit down, but he's still very, very good. Norris and Piastri at Singapore was racing. No, it wasn't. Let me get the clip up. 2025 Singapore. Again, if I was logged into my F1 TV account, I could actually just get the onboards up and go and play them at my own speed. But I need to log in, and I'm not giving you guys my personal details. Right. Jolyon Palmer can shut up. Jolyon Palmer can be quiet. I hope I don't get a copyrighted for this, by the way. No, you can shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Here we go. Let's see Norris's onboard. Let's slow it down. Here we go. So, is it going to load? Here we go. So you see him come into this. Is this just going to keep buffering? It's just going to keep buffering, isn't it? Oh, no. Let's see. So we come into this corner. Norris outbrakes himself. Oh, fuck's sake. Just as I was about to say something. There we go. Oh, go away, Jolyon Palmer. I want to see the incident. Honestly. I just want to see. I don't want to have your analysis because you're wrong, most likely. I don't know. I haven't seen it. There we go. We can just watch it on here. Oh, here we go. Right. Let's, can I see the Norris on board, please? What do you mean they haven't got a Norris on board on the clip? Oh, for goodness sake. Onboards. I don't want the Piastri on board. I want the Norris on board because that's the most telling one. Here we go. Yeah, playback speed is correct. Right, let's go all the way to, because we've already seen all this shit. There we go. So he goes alongside Piastri. He then brakes too late, hits the back of Verstappen, and that puts him into the side of Piastri. That is completely his fault. He's the one who breaks deep. Like, yeah, yes, now he's in this position. There's not really much he can do. He's like, oh, I hit the back of Verstappen. That's your own fault, my friend, and you've just turned straight into your teammate. Like, people have said, oh, well, technically now, there is one car's width on the outside. Like, they've micro-analysed it, and they've gone, oh, look, even at the point of contact, look, there's so much room out here. But the truth is, when you're Piastri, you're hugging it close to the racing line. And look how far away Norris deviates from the apex. The curb is over here. The curb was over there. He was about... You could have probably fit another car at the inside of him. Like, yeah, you could have fit another car at the inside of him with how far he deviated from the apex. That is completely Norris's fault. Oh, I've just accidentally opened Microsoft Excel. With what you said, with Niki Lauda, where in his recent years he has slipped, you may never know. It might happen to Max in the future and he'll drop out of the top 5. Yeah, he might. He might, and that might happen, but it hasn't happened yet. So, there's simply no way that the best drivers were from 70 years ago. The sport evolved too far to the point that put Fangio in 2025 McLaren will be no different than putting it in a spaceship. Okay. Put Fangio in a 25 McLaren, he wouldn't perform. Put Max Verstappen in a 1950 Ferrari, he'd die. I know which one I prefer. Racing, they're pretty much level. Piastri, he did have, like, I'm not saying that Piastri's performance in that race was completely justified by what happened at the start. But what I'm saying is Papaya rules is not fully fair. Norris would not. Thing is, what people don't realise about 1950s drivers, and again, this is similar to the rant I had earlier, is that modern drivers wouldn't even know how to drive them. Never mind, what's it called? Never mind, race them and win. Because there are drivers who nowadays, they do demonstration runs in historic cars and they don't know how to H-pattern shift. They don't know how to use a gear shifter because they've never had to learn how to. And obviously, I know now you can race, you can drive on the road and use a manual gear shifter, but it's different when racing, when you have to heel and toe. They don't know what heel and toe is, so they just end up crushing the gearbox when they drive old cars. So to say that Lando Norris or Max Verstappen would just learn how to do that and then instantly, Verstappen might, because he's probably the kind of guy, because he does a lot of sim racing, he probably just does actually know how to drive a H-pattern car. But there are, especially some of the rookies nowadays, like also the fact that the safety, like that modern drivers would just be scared shitless with the fact that they haven't got roll hoops, they can be thrown from the car. That alone would make you a lot slower. And I can tell you that again, as someone who races, that when you aren't fully confident in the car, that makes you slower. And it makes you slower. That's just a loss of confidence. When you're scared shitless that you're going to die, that's a much different kind of loss of confidence. The tracks were a lot different. The way of driving was a lot different. You had to conserve the car. You couldn't drive 100% of speed all of the time. You had to save the car. I know we have tyre saving nowadays, but it's a completely different way. The way you drove, you put the steering on a bit less. You gear shifted a bit more nice. They wouldn't be able to do that. Even Fernando Alonso, the most adaptive modern F1 driver, according to most F1 fans, he can't drive that old F1 car. Papaya rules clearly work, except in Qatar, because the reason they didn't put themselves in that race was due to those rules. Older drivers wouldn't know how to drive current cars, but I bet that Max would learn it quicker than Fangio. You're forgetting these cars are going at F3 to F2 speeds. The speeds don't matter, because at the end of the day, it's like for example, if you put Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen into a NASCAR, they wouldn't instantly win. They wouldn't, because it is a completely different way of driving, and that's what I'm saying. Yes, if you put Fangio in a modern car because of his lack of fitness, he'll probably lose out. But the drivers from today would not be able to just instantly jump into a 50s car and win. It would not happen. Because it's a completely different way of driving. It's a completely different style of driving. It's a completely different atmosphere, completely different tracks, completely different safety, completely different everything. Everything is completely different. Like maybe going back to the 1980s, but then again, the drivers from the 80s, like people like Alain Prost and co, they're like that. Prost was still setting good times in when he was testing for McLaren in 1997 when he was like 45. So yeah, that's my rant over. I'll try not to go off topic again. Jackie Stewart goes into here, just below Niki Lauda, just above Nelson Piquet. Jackie Stewart, super consistent. I mean, not always within a season. He would have maybe 1 or 2 off races a year, but he was essentially like Niki Lauda, except without the... I mean, he did have good peaks, like winning by 4 minutes at the Nürburgring in the wet weather. That was exceptional. But Lauda had a slightly longer longevity, and I think he was just slightly better. Next is Elio De Angelis. Quite an underrated driver. Could have been a champion, actually. I will quickly just go up here. Better than Maldonado, better than Panis, better than Pacha, better than Kubica, better than Massa, better than Gasly, better than Bottas, better than Andretti, I'd even say, and Piastri, better than Villeneuve, yes, better than Coulthard, yes, better than Button over the course of his career and consistency-wise, yes. Is he better than Fittipaldi? No, I wouldn't say so. That's what I'm saying, X21. Same can be said about older drivers driving modern cars. That's useless in terms of what makes a driver good. Modern drivers are better. No. What I was saying was, as much as you want to say old drivers would not perform in a modern car, newer drivers would not perform in an older car. They're the same. It's the same. Modern drivers are better. They're not better. If it was the case that modern drivers who are more fit are better, then bear in mind, fitness properly started to become a thing in the 1990s. When Michael Schumacher came along and he completely changed the game. How come drivers who were racing in the 80s and hadn't really they hadn't learned left foot braking because they were now driving cars that didn't require a manual gear shift. They were driving cars that were completely different and they needed better fitness. How come the drivers that were in the 80s didn't just instantly fall off as soon as the 90s, as soon as driver fitness came along? Because it's not all about fitness and being better and being fitter and being more in tune with your body. Because pure driving skill is not just about fitness. Like, yes, nowadays you have to be fit and it can count for a tenth or two. But in the 1950s cars, being fitter will not make you better. Like, it might make you a tiny bit better over a course of a race distance, but the cars didn't put pressure on the body. So it's useless to say that they would be better because they're fitter. Also, to your comment that it's like saying Pele is better than Mbappe. I think that's a stupid thing, because again, I'm a casual football fan, or at least I've watched it like on and off for the last couple, like 10, 15 years, and it's a stupid thing to say because football 50 years ago was infinitely different to what it is nowadays. Back then, defenders could slide tackle players from behind without any repercussions. They could hack at players. They could do whatever they wanted essentially and not get sent off. The balls were heavier. Like, if you played a leather ball when you played in the wet would double in weight, which would make it impossible to dribble with the same way you could now. It's like people show videos of, oh, look at this, Di Stefano dribbling in the 50s and 60s and the 40s. Look, he's dribbling so slowly. It's like, yes, because the ball is literally is probably like twice the weight it is today, just in dry conditions, and 4 times the weight it is nowadays, in wet conditions. Like, the pitches were boggy, play was slow. Like, yes, tactically the game has come on, but that's what always happens. But the players at the heart of it were still just as good in their heads. And yes, for example, football, physicality plays a lot bigger difference. Maybe I'd say that physicality plays a lot more in football, but in F1, not the case. Jackie Stewart and Niki Lauda, just depends who you value more, probably. Stewart possibly slightly better number-wise. Lauda better heroic story. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind people saying that. Yep. Next up is Patrick Depailler, another driver who is kind of underrated, and it isn't really his numbers are a lot worse than his actual driving talent. I'd probably go better than Sever, better than Maldonado, better than Panis, better than Pache, better than Kubica, better than Massa, better than Gasly and Bottas. But I wouldn't. Would I say better than that? I'd say better than Andretti, but I wouldn't say better than Piastri. Would I? No, I'd say better than Villeneuve. No, sorry, better than Piastri, worse than Villeneuve. Jose Froilan Gonzalez, a good driver, but not the greatest. I probably put him above Ocon, above Trulli, but below Sever. Jabouille, he was serviceable. He obviously got 2 wins, but he wouldn't have got those without the car. He has some of the craziest stat lines. He has 50 starts in his Formula 1 career. I think 50 starts, 3 finishes and 2 wins. I think is his stat line. Because of the Renaults he drove, because he was the first driver who drove the unreliable Renaults. I think he was a good driver, but I don't think he was overly outstanding. At least that's my interpretation of him. Won't agree on myself, that's fine, but I always believe that modern drivers are superior. Well, in believing that, you'd be wrong. Unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, Leclerc instantly goes up here. He's better than Barrichello, he's better than Jones, he's better than Moss, he's better than Reutemann, better than Sainz, better than Ross. Pace-wise, yes. Consistency, maybe not. Maybe equal. And longevity, they're about the same. Better than Hakkinen. Consistency-wise, yes. I'd probably put... do I put him there or do I put him there? They probably have a similar pace. It's just consistency-wise, I'd actually put them both pretty similar as well. Yeah, I'll put him below Hakkinen. Perez, better than Pache. I'm just going to quickly scroll up until I think it's gone too far. Better than Massa, I do think so. More longevity and stuff. Better than Gasly, yes, on longevity as well. Better than Bottas, no. Bottas and Perez are very close though. Wait, have I got Kubica below Massa? Because someone's just put in the chat. I do. I don't know why I've done that. Actually, it's because of... Kubica's average isn't great, but it's still better than Massa's, I suppose. Who said, how is Russell over Hakkinen? Consistency. They've also been in F1 for about the same time, which is scary to think, but they have. In terms of in a top team, especially. Yeah, but it's mainly consistency because Russell is very consistent and Hakkinen wasn't. Next up is Liam Lawson. This is him in the Red Bull. He's better than Tsunoda. He's better than Bonnier. He's better than these guys. No, that is Hadjar. Actually, no, he's not better than Taruffi or Island. What am I doing? I think he's worse than Giovinazzi, but he's not a bad driver. He's just not overly brilliant. Peter Revson was good. I think that he was definitely... He could have been a future champion, I think. Could have been. Better than Bandini, better than Lacey. Probably about there. I don't really know much about him, so that's maybe horrifically wrong, but... Oh well. better than Rodriguez. Pedro Rodriguez was a decent enough driver. I think he could pass for kind of around this kind of Trulli, Ocon sort of range. Same with Josie Fair, really. Was Josie Fair, but I actually probably need to look at these drivers' careers a bit more in depth. Pedro Rodriguez. I might also put my hoodie back on because it's starting to get cold in here. Yeah, I might go and put my hoodie back on because it's a little bit cold. Right, I'm back. Nedzo, you said in the past that Zhou wasn't directed to the point where you ranked him ahead of Giovinazzi and Mick. Yeah, well, my opinion's changed. I don't know why I did that in the past. Maybe it was recency bias, but he's definitely not better than those two now. Sorry for my creaking chair. Let's have a look at his results. I can't see them in this mode. Sorry, everyone. He was alright, I guess. Yeah, he was just sort of here and thereabouts. Josie Fair. I'd say Fair was slightly worse. Patrick Tambay. See, if you were to ask Karen Smith, he really doesn't rate Patrick Tambay. I don't think he was that bad, but he definitely wasn't a title champion or a title-winning driver. Because, I mean, he had the best, a very good car in 1983 and just did nothing with it. Oh, for goodness sake, I've just accidentally pressed. There we go. Yeah, he was good, but he wasn't great. Yeah, he was kind of around this kind of. Nah, Lacey is better than Josie Fair. Patrick Tambay probably goes around there. Yeah, that's about right. A lot of these drivers are probably going to fall out of the top 100 anyway, because we have so many more to go. That is 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, 72, 84, 96, 108, 120, 132. So 132 drivers to go. Maurice Trintignant, very good at Monaco. Otherwise, kind of not really too special. I'll probably put him there. I think that's probably fair. Wolfgang von Trips. One of the worst drivers to ever contend for a title. He wasn't bad. A bad driver. Oh, it's frozen again. Here we go. Wasn't a bad driver by any stretch of the imagination, but just wasn't overly great, is the issue. Wait, hold on. Did Nilsson just move? Cause is he supposed to be in between Behrman and... Oh, no, because, yeah, I remember he was supposed to be. But he shouldn't have been anywhere near a title. I think that he's probably about as good as Kovalainen was. Or maybe Beltoise. Yeah. Nigel Mansell. No, I ranked him as slightly worse than Nico Rosberg. Do I think he's better than Carlos Sainz? Pace-wise, yes, but longevity and consistency, probably no. I'll put him ahead of Berger, though. Actually, no, I'm going to put Mansell ahead of Sainz. Alonso, he is there. There we go. My top 10 is starting to form. Basically, Alonso has consistency. Yes, like, don't get me wrong, he's had bad seasons, 2004 being one of them, 2007 being another. And again, this is what people say. People say, oh, Lewis equaled Alonso in 2007. Yeah, Alonso had the second worst season of his first career, of that first stint from 2003 to 2018, or technically second stint, but he had the worst season, and he still equaled Lewis, who people say had a great season. So that's all that you need to say. By the way, I did tell you a video about Mazepin wasn't that bad in 2021. Ben all thought, but why is he still the worst driver so far? Because the drivers in front, like he is underrated, but he's just not like I'm not trying to say he was some sort of lost champion, but I'm saying that people say he was like the worst F1 driver of all time, but he wasn't. Are you doing the pre-war drivers too? No, I'm not. I not only are they not Formula One drivers, but I just don't know enough about them. I know about Nuvolari, and I know about a couple of the Germans, but other than that, that's about it. Thierry Boutsen, a bit boring, but overall still a very good driver. I'll probably put him like maybe about around where Maldonado and Panis are. Collins, Peter Collins, a good driver who was kind of taken away before he could really get good or get but yeah, not all the drivers are on the list. So once they'll get one, who did I just do? Because it froze, didn't it? Bonnier should be in front of him. Who was the driver that I just picked up? It wasn't Boutsen, it was someone else, wasn't it? Nah, who was after Boutsen? What have I just done that for? Did I just drag someone completely out of position? No, I didn't. I'm waiting for someone in the chat to tell me which driver I just missed, or which driver I just froze. Oh, Collins, there we go. Peter Collins it was. Probably about there. Yeah. Fissy, Keller, he's going to be around where Trulli is. I do think he's probably slightly better than Trulli because he could perform in a lot more better situations, but nothing too spectacular. Frentzen was kind of the opposite. He could only perform in midfield teams and couldn't perform in top teams. But I still think he's probably better than Trulli. Actually, no, I want to put Gonzalez ahead of Fisichella. Frentzen. I still think he's probably slightly better than Fisi. Yeah, that's about right. Innes Island, I just moved apparently. I think that's about right. So I'm not sure. Anyway, Mike Hawthorne, a world champion, but not a really good one, to be frankly honest. Where did I put him on my all-time champions list? Between Villeneuve and Farina is where I put him. We haven't got Farina on this list yet, obviously, so I'll have to make up. I actually think he was better than... He had more longevity than Piastri and was about the same in terms of ability, really. Well, I'd say not as good as Depailler. I'd put Fisichella Brooklyn, but okay. I don't really see why, because he was good in midfield teams, but he could not perform at the top. Kind of in a way like Trulli. But Trulli had obviously his kind of qualifying gimmick. Like, I don't see... There's a lot of drivers who are just like... They were good in midfield teams, but they couldn't really progress out of that. Like, other drivers like Bottas and Perez, obviously, they kind of got lucky with they had top cars for at least a while so that they could prove themselves in those. But, if you get what I mean. Johnny Herbert, pretty... His stats are better than what he actually was. He was an average kind of good midfield driver. I'd argue his absolute best wasn't as good as guys like Hadjar, but he did obviously have consistency. I'd say he's around there. Phil Hill, the worst champion. So, I think that he was about there. Because he was better than Ginther in 1961 by quite a good margin. Didier Pironi, actually quite an underrated driver because of, for goodness sake, it's just I think scroll to the bottom. Because people glaze Gilles Villeneuve all the time nowadays, Pironi kind of gets forgotten. He was better than Gilles at the start of 1982, and should have won the title. He should have won the title if he didn't get that leg break. 3 wins for me. Gets some of guys like Sever and Boutsen maybe. Fisichella had 2 wins, by the way, I think. Malaysia 06 and Australia 05. Oh no, because he had Brazil 03. Ignore me. But still, wins don't mean everything. Pironi, I would put him above Alesi, above Rodriguez, above these guys, because he was actually a championship contender at one point. I put him like there. That's about perfect. Mazepin dropping into the last 10. Senna is going to definitely beat that. He was... Where was he on my all-time list? I think... Who am I missing from my top 5? I'm not going to give it away. So he's currently 5th. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's in the right place. Because people don't realise that Senna was inconsistent. Like, it wasn't until 1991 where he truly became a good, consistent driver. Like, yes, he won championships and he won races and he was very good, but he didn't truly mature until about 1991 when he properly started to come out of his shell. 1993 was actually his best season, and that was the last season he completed. So maybe he would have just kept getting better and better. John Herbert was handed victories by Damon Hill, I believe, in DC. Yes, and Nürburgring '99. Which actually, yeah, is Coulthard. Dan Gurney, very underrated driver, was better than Brabham in their stint at Brabham, which makes me want to put him ahead of Brabham already. He was better than James Hunt. He was better than Rubens Barrichello. Better than Sterling Moss. Better than Carlos Reutemann. And let me actually have a look at his results, because there's not... I know enough about him to say how good he is, but I don't know enough about him to say just how good he is. I know that doesn't make any sense. There we go. Dan Gurney. Very consistent, even in, as you can see, the Brabhams, the Eagle. Yeah, very good. I'll probably go just ahead of Reutemann, maybe, because Reutemann was a tiny bit inconsistent. We do forget about that. Maybe I'll put him below Moss for that. Berger was also a tiny bit inconsistent. I might put him above Sainz as well, you know. There you go. Sainz can go below Berger, I've just realised. One, because for some reason it won't let me put him in the position I want him to, and also because, yeah, just do it. Hopefully this is going to get a lot easier with the last couple of, the last like 100, because basically there'll be a lot of drivers who don't even get into the top 100, so I'll just be able to literally just go straight into the top not 100 without even considering. Eddie Irvine isn't one of those drivers, unfortunately. Not a champion level driver. We saw that in 1999. He was clearly a level below any sort of championship capabilities. He's better than Von Trips, better than Beltoise, better than Gimp. I'd argue he's better than Phil Hill and Damon Hill, but I wouldn't go much further than that. I'd maybe say Patrick Tambay was the level he was at. A lot of ball bag above Moss. What are you referring to? Anyway, Bruce McLaren is next. A very good driver. Like, again, one of those drivers who is kind of... this is annoying me so much, by the way. Basically, for some reason, the mouse seems to have some sort of thing where if you like do the scroller in a certain way, like if you click it down, it moves the page around, which is pretty cool. But it also means that if you have very robust fingers, like me, where I'm very heavy-handed, it just flies all over the place. Who are we on? Bruce McLaren. Yeah, consistent but not overly brilliant. Where is he? Oh, he's there. Yeah, around about here, to be fair. Maybe slightly behind Patrick Depailler. Yeah, I'm hoping, because obviously we have got a lot of mid drivers to come, that they will all just kind of feed into that not 100. Like, you see these like Badoa and Baldi and Bernard. Hopefully, I know that those guys are all still better than Mazepin, but hopefully he'll have fallen out and then we'll have a good tier. Next up is Alain Prost. I already know where this guy's going. There, P2. behind Fangio ahead of Clark. Genuinely. See, it's annoying because people who know Wheel know that Prost was better than Senna. But I don't know if the amount of people that know Wheel outweighs the annoying Senna fanboys on Twitter or fangirls. I don't care who you are, you're just annoying. Who say, like, Senna was so much faster and Prost just used politics to do everything. It's like, no, he didn't. The people who, the annoying Senna fans who do that don't even realise that Senna was just as political. Senna, 1982, he, was it 1982 or was it 1981? Somewhere around that time, refused, or didn't refuse, but just didn't compete in, I believe it was it European Formula 3, something like that, the same series that Tommy Byrne was in. Chose not to race in there because he was allegedly scared of being beaten by Tommy Byrne, and so he'd lose some of his aura. He went to Lotus in 1986. No, he didn't go to Lotus in 1986. He stayed at Lotus in 1986 and then vetoed Derek Warwick as a teammate. Like, Alain Prost vetoed Ayrton Senna because they brought out the worst in each other. And he knew that even if, like, yes, they could be good drivers, that it would just bring more animosity to the team. And he just couldn't deal with that. And yes, he wasn't running away from a fight, but he thought that instead of getting Senna, he'd get Mansell, who he had worked with before, and I don't think they got along swimmingly, but at least they were cordial. And I'm assuming that's what he thought. He wasn't trying to get... It wasn't... I don't think he was choosing between Senna and Hill. I think he thought he was choosing between Senna and Mansell. Obviously, then Mansell rejected, and then it looked like he'd copped out of a fight against Senna for a battle with Hill. But yeah, Senna vetoed Derek Warwick and then said, it's because he's a British driver, and in a British team, he's obviously going to be favoured. Not realising what had just happened with Nigel Mansell and Elio De Angelis before he joined. Prost, I'd go maybe fourth. Actually, I think Hamilton and Prost's careers mirror each other in some ways. They don't. Prost was consistent. Prost was... Let me just check where he is in my Ballon d'Or rankings. I've just been constantly switching between these two lists, haven't I? So, he was the best driver in 8 seasons, and was second in 3 seasons, and was third best in one. That's completely different to Lewis Hamilton's careers. Prost went up against John Watson as a teammate and beat him. He then went up against Rene Arnoux as a teammate and beat him. He then went up against Niki Lauda as a teammate, lost to him. No, sorry, Eddie Cheever dominated him. Went up against Niki Lauda as a teammate, lost to him by half a point, and then destroyed him in 1985. He then went up against Keke Rosberg as a teammate. Admittedly, the car was more tailored towards Prost's style, or was not more tailored towards Prost's style, but would just happened to be more directed towards that style, and he beat him. He then stayed at McLaren, destroyed Stefan Johansson, was faster and better than Senna in both 88 and 89. He wasn't faster in 89, but he was more consistent and he was less error prone. He was faster than Mansell in 1990 and better than Senna in a worse car. He was better than Lacey in 91 by a comfortable margin. He was better than Hill by a comfortable margin in 93, although that was his worst season in 93. Yeah. In no way is it similar to Hamilton. Hamilton lost to a bunch of teammates. Prost never lost to a teammate. They were both consistent. No, they weren't. Lewis Hamilton equals Fernando Alonso in favourable circumstances. Like people say, Alonso was a double-time reigning champion. He should have just adapted. And it's like it took every single driver who was on those tyres half a season to adapt. He then equals Kovalainen in the first half of 2009. He then loses to Jenson Button in 2011 by a country mile. He gets beaten slightly by Rosberg in 2013. He gets beaten slightly by Rosberg in 2016. He destroys Bottas because he's a number 2 driver. He then loses to George Russell in 2022, loses to George Russell in 2023, and loses to Charles Leclerc in 2025. How is that in any way similar to Alain Prost? And he has a much worse racecraft record. The only piece of racecraft that Prost ever did badly, I think, was Suzuka 1989. How is that in any way similar to Hamilton? Anyway, next up is Sebastian Vettel, another driver like Raikkonen in a way, who was just he was from 2008 until 2013, he was superb. People say like, oh, he had the best car, or people act like, for example, 2012 is a perfect example of this. They're like, oh, Alonso dragged that terrible car to a title. First of all, it was the second best car overall over the entire season. Third of all, although Alonso was better than Vettel was still very good. He still lost a lot of points due to reliability and would have won the title by a country mile if it was reliability adjusted. And yeah, Vettel he still had good seasons after 2013. He had great season in 2015, great season in 2017. And the other ones in between were like 2014 was average, just plain average. 2016 was good. 2018 was it started off well, and he still finished off decently well. He made mistakes, but his pace was still there. 2019 was good. He was just as good, if not better, than Leclerc. 2020 was miserable. 2021 was okay. 2022 was okay. Like, he wasn't terrible. He didn't go from being fantastic to being terrible. What was the reason you put Kimi Raikkonen below Hamilton? Did I miss something? Consistency. Because like Hamilton, Raikkonen had no consistency. As I said, if Kimi Raikkonen had retired after 2009 and never come back to Formula 1, he would probably be ahead of Hamilton. Vettel, he goes ahead of Norris. I still think that he's still very good, Vettel. And Raikkonen, obviously. I think that he's better than these lot. He's better than Mansell. He's better than Rosberg. He's better than Russell. He's better than Ascari. He's better than Scheckter. Is he better than Graham Hill? Because they both had inconsistency. I'm going to say Vettel slightly higher. See, Graham Hill used to be in my top 10, and then I just realised that kind of outside of his 7-year stretch from 62 to 69, he was just kind of a bit mid. And again, that is because he was old and because he was in his 40s, and he was clearly past it. But he could have just retired and saved his legacy for my list later. Why did he not think of my ranking that was going to come 50 years after his death? What a stupid man. Prost would also be a 7-time champion in the modern point system. I think 8-time champion. But yeah, still regardless, I don't. He was born into the wrong era. Actually, no, because he could save the car, and that was an era where you kind of had to save the car. So he was born into the wrong era in some ways and born into the right era in other ways. Michele Alboreto is a very good driver. It kind of goes under the radar because that era was full of Prost, Piquet, Senna, and those three kind of just dominated the field. But he was still very good. I'd argue he was better. Or he's better than Massa. He's around this kind of Pironi, Kubica level. Drivers who were kind of forgotten. Well, Kubica isn't forgotten because he's more recent, luckily. But drivers who were kind of forgotten amongst better drivers. Generational drivers, and they weren't generational. Next up after that is Giuseppe Farina. I think Raikkonen had consistency, just not like proper top. No. There's a difference between in-season consistency and season-to-season consistency. So season-to-season consistency is Jenson Button, where he was good one year and shit the next. In-season consistency is Lando Norris, where 2021, 2022, 2023, he had really good consistency throughout the season. But in the season, in 2024, 2025, he wasn't very good. And that could also be argued season-to-season consistency, but he had great moments in 2025, great moments in 2024. So that's why I consider there's a difference between in-season consistency and season-to-season consistency. And Raikkonen had good in-season consistency, but not very good season-to-season consistency. The only real exception to that is 2013, where he had not very good in-season consistency, but that was because of the tyres. Farina, I think I put him somewhere on my one-time. Of course, I put him somewhere on my one-time champions list. Between Hawthorn and Andretti, I put him. Where has he gone? I've lost his marker. Oh, there. It was between Hawthorn and Andretti. Him and Piastri, I think he's slightly worse than Piastri. Collins needs to go above Piastri, I think. And yeah, I think that's fair. We are very close to having a final 100, or not a final 100, but 100 drivers in a list. Yeah, most of these guys do have a level of consistency, bar like the guys at the bottom. Clay Regazzoni, a very good driver, a driver who could have been championship level. I think he's better than Norris consistency wise. Also had a very good rookie season, which most people don't know about. Better than Brabham, better than Hunt. I'll put Brabham is quite low actually. I might reconsider his placement in a minute. He's about the same as him and Reutemann. Basically, are the same driver. It's like Gasly and Ocon. I see them as the same driver. Yeah, I'll do that maybe. Maybe put Jones slightly above, so they're slightly. I'm going to quickly reevaluate Brabham. He's better than Barrichello. I think that's about fair. I think if I considered stuff like R&D work into a driver's rating, guys like Brabham and Hill would be a lot higher. But I don't, so they don't get taken into account. See, but I'm talking like engineering skill and how they develop cars, but it's not really a tangible skill. Like, with science, we know because we can see the trajectory of the cars, but back then it was very hard because cars would just genuinely change from being the fastest one season to the slowest the next season. Whereas nowadays that doesn't really happen. And so you can see the impact of drivers nowadays a lot more than you could 30, 40, 50 years ago. My throat is killing me, by the way, because I've been talking for 3 hours straight. Yeah. We have 100 drivers now. Keke Rosberg next. He is so criminally underrated, it's not even a joke. There are people that go, he only had 5 wins in his career, he's the worst champion, and he had 1 win in his championship winning year. Yeah, piss off. He's above Scheckter. He's above Graham Hill. I'd even say above Vettel, because his consistency, although he only had 8 seasons, his consistency was sublime. He never had an off season. Even 1986, it was because John Barnard designed the McLaren to be for a smooth driving style, and he had an aggressive driving style. I do think that he is genuinely one of the most underrated drivers of all time. I think he's criminally underrated. And finally, we're going to have a driver drop out of the top 100. It is going to be Mazepin, who's going to be the first driver out of the top 100. And by the way, after this, I won't be ranked like Mazepin will be going into this. I won't then, if like a driver like, let's say, who's going to be out there? Who's going to be out there? Probably at some point. Mauro Baldi. If I then put him in the not top 100, I'm not then saying that Mazepin is better than Baldi. I'm just not ranking them below that point. And I've just opened Excel again. I mean, Vettel would be a touch higher with Race of Champions form, I guess. What do you mean Race of Champions form? Are you talking about the event they hold in like indoors every year? Because I'm talking about Formula 1, not that. John Watson. Another very good driver who is kind of a good driver in an era of really good drivers. I do think that he was better than these guys, better than Andretti, better than Farina. This is where it starts to get tricky. I think I'll probably put him about there. Tony Brooks. Again, another one of these. I pretty much drafted every driver as like a forgotten, like really good driver in here of great drivers. I think he was better than Mike Hawthorn. I think he was better than Bruce McLaren, but I wouldn't go much further than that. There's just going to be a lot of drivers that kind of congregate in this middle tier, and I might eventually go and rearrange some of them so that it looks a bit better. But Jacques Laffite, obviously the second most successful French driver other than Prost. I think he was. I wouldn't say championship level, but I'd say if the Ligier had been a winning car, I wouldn't have seen him as an egregious champion. If you get me, I think he's better than Massa. I think there's about right. Yeah, there's a lot of drivers kind of around this 40, 50 range. Patrese. Again, another. I don't think he was championship level, but I think that he was good and experienced and a good number 2. So, where is Bottas? I was joking. In reality, actually, where is Bottas? I can't see him. And Perez, there they are. I think he's better than Boots then. I think he's better than Maldonado. I think he's probably slightly better than Massa. I mean, he has more longevity than these guys, definitely. I'll probably go about there. I think James Hunt will be rolling in his grave with that one, but I don't really care. Jochen Rindt. I put him between Raikkonen and Rosberg in my... Actually, that's perfect then. In between Raikkonen and Rosberg in my ranking one-time champions. There we go. How many have I got to go now? A lot. 12, 24, 48, 60, 72, 84, 96, about 100. About 100. Great. Ralf Schumacher, living in the shadow of his big brother, but still a very respectable driver in his own right. Like, I don't think people realise just how good he could have been. Or I think that his career would have gone different if Michael wasn't on the grid. Because I think people wouldn't have just seen him as the little brother. I think people would have seen him as a lot more than that. Because he was a very good driver. Like, stacked up well against Montoya, stacked up well against a lot of other teammates he had, and was very good. Yeah. As I keep chatting in the chat because I've seen we haven't seen a lot of messages recently. Just keep chatting. John Surtees, another very, very good driver. I think I put him 4th on my champions list. Yeah, he was. He was between Scheckter and Rosberg. Is he better than Graham Hill? I think for consistency wise, yes, but I don't think he's better than Vettel. Gilles Villeneuve, one of the most overrated drivers of all time. Like, genuinely, he's the only guy who could spin out to get a puncture and then get praised for having good car control by tearing his bodywork to shreds coming back to the pit lane. Also the only guy who could crash, hit a wall, dislodge his front wing, have it come over up so he's blocking his vision line, and then get praised for being able to see when his front wing's in front of him. Like, genuinely, I don't get the whole glaze behind him. He's still better than these guys, but like his one lap pace was good, and he could pull off the odd like amazing performance. But he was worse than the guys like Pironi, who actually fought their way through a race rather than just driving like a hillbilly all the time. Yeah. I'm just checking I'm still live. Because no one's responding in the chat. But regardless, we'll carry on. Rene Arnoux, not a bad driver. That's my phone buzzing if you heard in the background. I'd say probably around this sort of area. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Montoya, another driver who really suffered from their kind of over-aggression, but he was still very good. Like, his over-aggression did make him seem a bit stupid at times, but he was still very good. He was better than Schumacher. I'd even argue, because he didn't fall off as bad as Villeneuve. He was better than Coulthard. He was better than Button. He was better than De Angelis. Yeah, that's about fair. Oh my god, because he drove on three wheels, he's very good. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean when it comes to discourse about Gilles Villeneuve. Like, yeah, he died. Yeah, he didn't deserve to die. But there's no need to glaze him. Denny Hulme, I think he's the last champion that hasn't been ranked. Unless I've just forgotten one. I put him between Jones and Hunt on my one-time champions ranking list. Yeah, that's about fair. Lance Stroll better hope that we haven't got many good drivers left, because he might drop out of the top 100 here. Jackie Ickx, never mind. That's a good driver. He's better than Lafitte. He's better than these guys. Definitely. Better than Piastri. Because he's also got a lot of longevity as well. That's also something we need to factor in. Better than Coulthard, better than Button. I think that's where longevity gets beaten by raw speed. Montoya. And again, I will probably go back through it at the end and just jiggle some drivers around. Liam Lawson's now not in the top 100. Daniel Ricciardo. Oh, Schumacher's not even in here. Never mind. Daniel Ricciardo. Better than Patrick Tambay, better than Bandini, better than Lacey, better than Ocon. Trulli. Do I even go better than that? Do I even go more than that? Hold on, am I underselling Villeneuve? Actually, I think I'm underselling. I think I'm overselling Thierry Boutsen a bit there. Bring him below down to here. And then that's about correct. Bring Villeneuve up to here. Bring Tambay down. Okay, here we go. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Giovinazzi's no longer in the top 100. Michael Schumacher, he goes up to, I believe, 4th place. There we go. Ick's great racing career. Yes. Isolated incidents are not that impressive, I know, either, as you said, yeah. As Villeneuve had good races, it's just that he didn't sustain them. Webber, another fantastic driver who wasn't, like, he could have been champion in 2010. I think if he'd have been champion in 2010, his career would have gone a lot differently. Better than Piastri, better than Collins, better than Watson. I think that's about right. He was the best Red Bull driver in 2010. That's all I'll say about that. I just realised Behrman's very close. See, this is where it gets good, because now I can just go straight to Christian Albers and just go, no. Jaime Alguersuari, no. Philippe Alliot, no. I might actually do this with all these drivers, because I want to get through them quickly. Richard Atwood, no. Luca Badoer, he's not bad. Ironically, Badoer. I'll leave him there in case I do want to. Eric Bernard doesn't get in. Felice Benetto doesn't get in. Mark Blundell definitely doesn't get in. Neither does Bourdais. Brundle might. Buemi, no. Caffey, probably not. Capelli, I'll see. Castellotti Chiva, I'll see. That's Bortoletto. Chiron, no, because he wasn't there long enough. That's Antonelli. Comas, no. That is Colapinto. Pierre's Courage didn't get into F1 long enough. Dalmas, no. Daly, no. Dana, no. De Cesaris, maybe. I thought that picture was upside down. It would be very De Cesaris if it was upside down. Della Rosa, no. Diniz, no. De Resta might. In that case, Della Rosa I might put back in. Now, these are all good drivers, but they're just not really. I'll leave him in. Ericsson can piss off. Baldi can piss off. Howden Ganley, no. Ginzani, no. This should make things a lot quicker. Gutierrez, no. Halewood, maybe. Hartley, no. Go away. Herman, spelt wrong. No. Unfortunately, he might have died, but I'm not giving him any sympathy. No, I mean, I'm not giving him any sympathy in terms of just letting him be in the top 100, I mean. I've realised how bad that might have sounded. Calfa Kayan, no. Jolyon Palmer. Why is Jolyon Palmer in around the K's and M? I don't know. Uka Katayama, no. Clean, no. Cause basically, I'm comparing these guys to Isaac Hadjar. Are they better than Isaac Hadjar? And I just think no. No to Larini. Maybe to Later. Maybe to Lewis Evans. Not to Lunga. Not to Liuzzi. This is a lot easier. I should have just done this probably to. Pedro Diniz does not get in. No, Vettel was better, lost more points for reliability. In the races they finished without issue, Webber was like 10 seconds clear. Tony Mags, maybe. Magnussen, maybe. Manzon, maybe. Mezzario, no. Montero, no. Jonathan Palmer, no. Mike Parks, no. Piquet Jr., no. Petrov, no. Pirro, no. Price, maybe. Raback can jog on. Rosier, probably not. Salvadori, no. Salto, no. Maybe. Schenken, no. Bruno Senna, no. Satoru Nakajima, no. Rolf Stommelen, no. Philippe Streif, no. Hans Joachim Stuart. Again, these are good drivers, but they're just not top 100. They're like hovering around that kind of place. Sura, no. Sutil, maybe. You know, you got to keep the gays happy. I can say that. Don't worry. Aguri Suzuki, no. Trevor Taylor, no. He got 0 points in 1963 when his teammate won the title. I think Mike got 1 point actually. Still, no. Teo, is that Teo Fabi or Corrado Fabi? I'm guessing it's Teo because I don't think I saw another one. In that case, I might add him back in. Van Dorn, no. Verstappen, no. That's Jos. Vern, maybe. Villaresi, maybe. Maybe. Winkelhock, that's Manfred, no. Rene Wissel, no. And then I'll move all of these pre-war guys in there as well because I just simply don't know enough. I'm sorry. So you can see a much more truncated list now. Actually, it is a lot more truncated. It's like 50 drivers when it was 100. I suppose there also will be the problem of transporting the other drivers up the list because there's so many of them in this new tier now. Like, look at this. This takes up. Yeah, that takes up nearly half the screen. Where did you put Behrman? Behrman he's 98th at the moment. He's probably not going to stay there because look, you've got quite a few drivers still to go. Chris Amon is one of them. This is stupid. I wish I could can I just get rid of this tier? Will it put all the drivers back in? Yeah, but it puts them all back in at the bottom. That's fine. Yeah, I'll just delete that tier. And then yeah, there we go. Yeah, Chris Amon, better than Richie Ginther, better than these guys. He's better than lots of drivers who haven't won a race. Sorry. He's even better than Ricardo, I think, who hasn't won a race. Sorry, who's won 8 races. Better than Villeneuve. Better than Frentzen, Gonzalez. He was genuinely like a championship level driver. He just never got a race win, which is like baffling to most, but I think it's true. Amon, Kubica, Petrozzi, Alboreto, Gasly, Perez. I think I'd stop about there. So unfortunately, Isaac Hadjar drops out. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I think I'll use one of these as like, you know, when you go to the shops and you have a little separator in between you and the rest of the next guy shopping. I'll put these 2 drivers there so I know when the end of the actual good drivers are. Luca Badoer, is he better than Gunnar Nilsson? No. So then he can go there. Jean Berrat, he was better than Gunnar Nilsson, so he can go in here. Is he better than Ollie Bell? Yes, of course he is. Yeah, he was better than these guys. He was probably just under a title-worthy driver. Arnoux, Massa, yeah, kind of around here. The drivers who were good enough to win a title if one came their way. Bearman is now 100th. Brilliant. Right. What I might do quickly is re-evaluate the entire list, check if I've missed any drivers off. So Bearman, is he better than Albon? No. Is Albon better than Herbert? I think yes. See, annoyingly, because I think Bearman obviously has a higher peak pace even now than Herbert did, but he's just got such little time in his career, and I don't know how to rank drivers who have 1 year. Do I put him above Herbert? I think I will. Stroll, yep, that's fine. Jabouille, that's fine. Kovalainen, better than Stroll, yes. Von Trips, I guess. I'll probably put him slightly below, maybe. Beltoise, Ginther, I put Ginther below Beltoise. Hill, that's fine. Nannini, actually no, I might put Hill below Beltoise. Nannini, that's fine. No, it isn't. Beltoise is better than him. Musso is worse than Beltoise. Hill, I wouldn't say is. Sefer is there, that's fine. I'll put him above Irvine. Tombe, better than Sefer, yep. Bandini, worse than Tombe. Trintignant, yep. I might put him ahead of a Lacey. Revson, better than Ocon. And Rodriguez, I think he has a bit more kick in him. I might actually go as far to do that. Let me bring Ocon down to this tier. Is Ocon better than Rodriguez? A bit. I'd say so. Hopefully Lindblad doesn't turn into a reject. I hope so as well. Albon is going to drop out the 100 when Lindblad gets more out of his potential. I mean, this isn't the finished list, by the way. We've still got plenty of drivers to go. So, yeah, don't worry just yet. About your favourite drivers or your least favourite drivers being knocked out. Trulli, Ocon, Fisichella. I might put Fisichella slightly above. Ricciardo, Villeneuve. Is Frentzen better than Gonzalez? A little bit. Is Sever better than Arnoux? No. Maldonado. I'm scheming. Is he better than Panis? I mean, post 2001, Panis didn't really do much. I don't know. I think on my, I don't know how I managed to get Maldonado top 50. I think in my old list. I think that was ranking all the race winners. Actually, that might have been the reason why. Maybe because a lot of the drivers above aren't race winners. But I think the only one should be Chris Amon, sorry. Massa, Pache, Berra. Yeah, here we go. Here are all the drivers who kind of not fully championship level, but who deserve maybe a championship if one came their way. I'll probably go Pironi above there. Patrese was probably a bit high. Even with his longevity, which I do love a bit of longevity. Alboreto better than a lot of them. Gasly, that's fair. I think longevity carries Bottas, and I don't think their peaks are better than Gasly. Andretti. Oh my god, that step down from Andretti to Gasly. I might put Bottas there, just as a bridge. Both Hills higher, hard to say a champion is not second. I disagree. I don't like just being a champion. Like, it's the case that he was in the best car. He had a very like the whole Ferrari team wasn't very good in '61 in terms of the drivers, and like he lost on the Nürburgring and on Monaco, which are the two most driver-oriented circuits on the calendar, to Moss, who was in a much slower car. So I can't rate Phil Hill very highly. Andretti, Farina. I might have put aim on above Farina as well. Piastri, and Piastri. Then I think, Collins below Watson. Yeah, Webber there, that's fair. McLaren, Brooks. Might move him slightly past Schumacher. I think the only real awkward movement is Bottas straight to Andretti. Coulthard better than Villeneuve. Consistency-wise, yes, but I think I might put pace slightly above. I think I've glazed some drivers with consistency a bit much. De Angelis, Ix, yeah, Montoya, Fittipaldi, Norris. Barrichello. He's not better than Hunt. Sorry, no, not happening. He's not better than Fittipaldi either. He's not better than Ix either. Yeah, I've glazed Barrichello a bit there. Holm, Regazzoni, that's fine. Brabham, he's better than Rhodes. I have kind of underrated him a tiny bit here, I think. Moss, better than Science. Science, I don't even think he's better than Rhodes, man. There we go. I'm just getting a couple of notifications from my phone. Gurney, Mansell, Rosberg, that's fine. Leclerc, yeah. Russell, Ascari, Scheckter, Hill, Surtees, Vettel. Yeah, I think that's pretty. Obviously, we've still got some to go, so don't forget those. Yes, that's Formula 1, the best car wins. No, but it's not. Because clearly the best car didn't win in the two races where drivers matter the most in 1961, which was Monaco and the Nürburgring. So the car doesn't always win. The car matters, but if you aren't a good driver and you aren't championship level, Button above Barrichello, I think 3-1 in the same car. Consistency. Button was up and down, and in those seasons against Barrichello, he was up. But if 2000 to 2002 Button went up against Barrichello, I think Barrichello stomps him. Stefan Beloff is next. I think he's better than Johnny Herbert. See, Stefan Beloff is a hard one because he had 2 seasons, not even 2 seasons, 1.5 seasons. Was he better in those 1.5 seasons than Behrman was? I mean, he had Monaco 1984, but other than that, what did he have? And I know he was disqualified at the end of the season, but I'm still going to count those results. I'm not going to just ignore those results. Stefan Beloff. Oh, really? So he doesn't actually name them as their results. So I can't even see what his results actually were. Oh, for goodness sake. Does anyone know what his actual results were that year? Like, does anyone have a list like that I can just look at? Portugal 1985 apparently was a good race. Let's have a look at that one. 6th place. Let's have a look. Stefan Beloff, where is he in the qualified? 3 attempts. Oh my god. Okay, so 6 seconds off the pole and finished 6th. What drive? Okay, so he was still 2 laps down, but he was on the same lap as. Okay, so there's a good result there. I think he maybe goes ahead of Herbert because I just don't really like Johnny Herbert. He stinks a bit. Sorry, Johnny. I won't put him ahead of Behrman yet. I know they're both probably going to fall out, so I'm not trying to. Yeah, Bianchi's not as good as either of them. At least there's that. Brundle, oh, he's better than Beloff. Yeah, there we go. Brundle, better than Stroll, better than Jabouille, better than Long Trips. He's definitely better than some of these. I wouldn't go too far. Yeah, but I'd say he's about. I genuinely think that you put like Martin Brundle alongside Damon Hill in a '96 Williams. I don't think there'd be much difference. I genuinely don't think there'd be much difference. And that's a scary thing. That's why I don't rate. That was one of the reasons why I don't. Ivan Capelli, is he as good as Ollie Behrman? He was the original Newey merchant, so I'm going to say no. Eugenio Castellotti. What are his results like? Let's have a look at his results. Because I know he got the pole in Spa. I know he got a couple of third places. No, just one third place in a couple. Okay, maybe not. Just leave him out. Yeah, I'll just leave him out. Where's Schumacher? Schumacher is 4th. Castellotti can be left out. Cheever, yeah, he's not as good as Behrman. Sorry. Bortoleto isn't as good as Behrman. Antonelli isn't as good as Behrman. Colapinto isn't as good as Behrman. De Cesares. See, he's got bundles of longevity, and he's not as bad as people say he is. His raw pace was very, very, very good, but his consistency was all over the place, and yeah, I would say no. I'm just going to pass on that one, mate. No to De La Rosa, no to De Resta. Mark Donoghue. I'll have to check. This might be the point where Behrman loses it. Mark Donoghue. Here we go. Obviously, his career was a bit weird. Only starting in 1971 when he was already... How old was he in 1971? He was already 34. Third place on debut in Canada. Other than that, like people seem to say he was like this really good driver. He maybe was. What are your guys' thoughts on Mark Donoghue? The top 10 so far is that. Fangio, Prost, Clark, Schumacher. Yeah, actually, that is my overall top 10 of all time, so it's not changing. Yeah, that's my overall top 10. Fangio, Prost, Clark, Schumacher, Verstappen, Lauda, Senna, Stewart, Alonso, Piquet. I'm going to say no to Mark Donoghue because actually he's done less overall like parts of a season than Behrman has, so no. And he doesn't look as outstanding. Fittipaldi, no. Gasho, no. Jean de Bion, no. Good in endurance racing, not good in F1, or not outstanding in Formula 1, should I say. Giacomelli, no. He was good, but the thing is, the annoying thing is though, actually, I would say that some of these drivers are better than Albon, so I might move Albon into that 100th position, and I might reevaluate some of these guys. The issue is I've put them all over the place. Like I think that De La Rosa's close. Giacomelli's probably better than Albon, so Albon can get lost. Yeah, Timo Glock. He's better than Giacomelli. And that moves Bearman straight back into that 100th position. Wait, is Heidfeld somewhere in here? Because I haven't seen him very much. I haven't seen him at all. Oh no, he isn't. He's to come. Maston Gregory. Annoyingly, I think he is. I think this is where we're gonna have to say goodbye to Bearman. He's done very well to hang on though. He's definitely like hovering already on the top 100, which is crazy. But I think we're gonna have to say goodbye at Maston Gregory. Let me have a look at Maston Gregory's results. Actually, like he was good, but he wasn't. I might just say no to Maston Gregory. I don't think Grosjean belongs on here. I don't think Olivier Griard belongs on here. I don't think Mauricio Gugelmin belongs on here. Halewood doesn't. Heidfeld does, though. Unfortunately, I think Heidfeld does. And I can't keep saying Behrman's better than Stroll. Behrman's better than Glock. I do actually think that Stroll's slightly better than Glock. But yeah, I think Behrman's got to go now. Unless I think I think Timo Glock can go. That's the last one I'll do though. I'm not putting him above Stroll. Heidfeld can go here, and he's above Beltoise. He's above Hill. He's above Irvine. Let's see, fair. I think he's above most of these guys. And again, he didn't win a race, but he is one of those drivers who could definitely have done so. I think consistency-wise, he even beats people like Ricciardo. I think Villeneuve goes above Revson. I think that's a bit of a stretch to say he's not. There, I think is about fair. Right, Bearman has not very many chances to stay in this. See people saying Ollie Bearman could be above Lance Stroll. No. Stroll has had peaks, and I think so consistency-wise. So let's see. So 2017, good season. 2018, good season. 2019, decent season. 2020, superb season. 2021, good season. Even great season. 2022, good season. 2023, bad season. 2024, good season. 2025, good season. Is a couple, like, I think it averages out to being about good. About good, maybe 7.5, maybe 7, maybe 6.5. Is that better on average than Bearman? No, because Bearman, I think, this season has been about a 7.5 and 8. But Bearman's done one full year. I can't put someone with one full year over someone with 10 full years that have been decent enough. I don't think I can do that. Hulkenberg, yeah, he's going to lose out anyway. He's going to lose out. We've got Hulkenberg. We've got other guys coming along who are going to displace him anyway, so I'm not particularly bothered. But like Hulkenberg belongs on here. At least above guys like Von Trips, Kovalainen. So I think Bearman is going to have to fall. I don't think that... But Bearman is still doing very well to be top 100, nearly top 100. Like, I can even put him like at the back of the list and just see where he would be in terms of like where he would have actually been and how close he would have been. Jean-Pierre Jarier. Well, I think Jarier is better than Jabouille. Maybe we can do that for Stroll and we can get rid of Jabouille that way. Sorry, I'm just biting my nails because I had a bit of dead skin. Jarier, Very fast driver. I think he can go there. Yeah, Hulkenberg makes the list, don't worry. Johansson, no. He's good, but he's not great. Kobayashi, much of the same. Same with Kvyat, I believe. Very underrated Kvyat is. Leto, no. Stuart Lewis Evans, oh, that's such a tough one because it's a similar situation to Behrman here. Stuart Lewis Evans, you can see here, he had 1.5 full seasons, a couple of podiums, a pole position, 2 pole positions even. Do I put him above Stroll? Is Von Trips better than Stroll? I think yes. So I'm going to ask you guys, do you think Lewis Evans deserves to be above Stroll? I'll move on to the other guys. Tony Mags doesn't. While you guys respond, Magnussen isn't better than Stroll. Manzon isn't better than Stroll. Neither is Martini. Neither is Medina. Yeah, no, he fell off. Morbidelli, no. Moreno, unfortunately, no. And he was good in back marker cars, but he couldn't do well in other things. Nasser had a better peak than Stroll, but was only there for 2 seasons. Jackie Oliver, no. Pescarolo, no. Price we'll get to as well, because I think Price definitely has a point to be made. Sarlo doesn't. Sato doesn't. Shell doesn't. Mike Spence doesn't. Adrian Sutil doesn't. Neither does Farby. Nor does Verne. Nor Villaresi. Nor Warwick. No, he does. He does deserve to. I think Warwick over Stroll. Yeah, that kind of sorts that out. And Lewis Evans, is he better than Warwick? I think Warwick is better than Von Trips. And I think that we switched Lewis Evans out for Von Trips. Yeah, Price gets in over Lewis Evans. Then he gets over these guys. I think his I think he can go up to about there. Yeah. Wehrlein, no. Wendlinger, no. Wirtz, no. Zanardi, no. Yeah. Behrman isn't better than Derek Warwick. I think we can fairly say that. So I will quickly. I don't think we've missed anyone. I don't think. No, we haven't. Yeah, Luca Badoer. The fringe guys that were fringe earlier on aren't fringe anymore. I think Warwick is better than Kovalainen. I'll just double check that I haven't left anyone out that should deserve to be in. Grosjean over? No, Grosjean's too inconsistent. Glock over Kovalainen, no. Kvyat. No, he's too inconsistent again. Magnussen has a bit of a claim, but otherwise no. Lewis Evans, does he have a claim over Kovalainen? Yes, I think. No. Right. I think that is definitely the top 100. Whether it's in the right order or not, we're going to work it out. Lewis Evans is not better than Derek Warwick. Derek Warwick, I think, is better than Nico Hulkenberg. Is Derek Warwick better than Richie Ginfer? No. Is Richie Ginfer better than Jean-Pierre Jarier? No. Is he better than Phil Hill? No. Is Phil Hill better than Alessandro Nannini? Maybe slightly. Is he better than Musso? No. Is Musso better than Brundle? Yes. Is Price better than Musso? Yes. Is Price better than Beltoise? Yes. Is Price better than Damon Hill? Pace-wise, yes. But consistency-wise and longevity-wise... consistency-wise, yes. Longevity-wise, no. That's 2 out of 3. I'm going to put him ahead. That's controversial, but I think Tom Price is better than Damon Hill. Eddie Irvine was not better than Tom Price. Yeah, that kind of... Why is Irvine above Damon Hill? Like, even I don't like Damon Hill, but he was still better than Eddie Irvine. What have I done? Why is Irvine even that high? Irvine probably only deserves to be like... He could even arguably not even be in the top 100. Why is he even there? I'll put Behrman back in for now as the placeholder, but I don't think he's going to stay there. Timo Glock isn't better. Magnussen, is he better? No, he's not. Lots of longevity, but not much consistency. I want to make this fair, so if you guys see any drivers in this bottom bit that are better than Behrman, just tell me and I'll put them in there. So I'll just hold this on screen for a couple of seconds. I don't think is Irvine better than Behrman? Actually, no. Yes, he is. That's not even a question. I don't know what I'm talking about. There you go. Yeah, Irvine can stay in the 100th position for now. Is Stroll better than Irvine? No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd go that far. Right, let's go back to this anyway. Where were we? We were at this. But is Price better than Seafair? Yes. Is he better than Bandini? Yes. Is he better than Tombe? Yes. Is he better than Alesi? Yes. That was actually easy. I'll put Tombe over Alesi. Price better than Trantagnon? Yes. Better than Rodriguez? Yes. Better than Ocon? Yes. I'm just checking Tom Price. I'm not actually checking the guys who are in between him. So is Bandini better than Seafair? Yes. Is Alesi better than Bandini? No. Is Tombe better than Bandini? Yes. Is Trantagnon? Yes. Rodriguez is better than Trantagnon? No. Is Ocon better than Trantagnon? Yes. Price is better than Trulli. This is where I think consistency and longevity comes into play. Boutsen goes below Trulli. And I think he goes below Price as well. Then Trulli and Fisichella. Ricciardo. I think Fisi can go ahead. And Trulli, to be fair. Like, because Ricciardo has no consistency, remember. Ricciardo has no consistency. Or longevity, really, either. Next up is Peter Revson. I think that Fisichella can probably trump him, and as can Trulli. I wouldn't say Ricciardo can, though. Who is that quote in reference to? He's not better than Damon Hill. Villeneuve, is he better than Gonzalez? Actually, probably, yeah. Actually, no, because Gonzalez was consistent. Villeneuve wasn't. Let me just double check Villeneuve's results so I can not look like a pillock. Hold on. I mean, obviously, it's obvious that the ones that aren't point scores are reliability failures, I believe, or probably some sort of issues. But yeah, he wasn't very consistent. Gonzalez, Frentzen, Sever's probably slightly worse. Arnoux worse than both of them, and worse than Gonzalez. Frentzen, Panettiere, Maldonado. You see, if Massa didn't have the bundles of longevity, I'd put Maldonado above him because of his inconsistencies. But I can't. Pache, Berra, Patrese can go above. Lafitte, Kubica, Pironi. Alboreto. Perez. Is Alboreto better than Perez? Yes. Is he better than Gasly? Yes. Is he better than Bottas? Yes. Is he better than Andretti? Consistency, longevity? Yes. Farina? Yes. Piastri? Yes. Amon? Yes. And I think that's where I'll stop. Is Perez better than Gasly? No. Is Bottas better than Gasly? Yes. Andretti below Farina, below Piastri, I think is fair. Ricciardo's not far too low because you got to think, like, he was. Let's go through his career. So, decent in 2012, decent in 2013, great in 2014, good in 2015, good in 2016. Between good and great in 2017 and 2018, good in 2019, great in 2020, mediocre in 21, mediocre in 22, mediocre in 23, mediocre in 24. The average of that is probably it's more like a good or a decent. And an average of a good or a decent, where is Ricciardo even? He's actually probably lower than someone like Tom Price. And I know he's got more longevity. But yeah, I really don't rate Ricciardo, if you couldn't already tell. I know most people don't nowadays, which is good, because Jacques Villeneuve cocks some sense into most people. Pironi, Perez, yep, we've already gone through these. Amon, yep, that's fair. Weber, yep. Depailler is a bit out of place. I'll probably put him there instead. Ralph Schumacher, yep. David Coulthard. Jacques Villeneuve. Yeah, Jensen. Oh, just knocked my microphone with my hand. If you can't already tell, I'm starting to gather some tiredness because I haven't had a meal since lunch, and that was my breakfast. So I'm gonna have to get some food when I go back to my accommodation, because I'm not in my accommodation as you can see. I'm in a studio. In an alternative universe where Ricciardo is likely higher. Yeah, in an alternative universe where his best seasons, where his worst seasons are actually his best seasons, and where he doesn't just fall off as soon as he turns 30, maybe. But I don't see where. And also, it doesn't help him that of his 8 wins, 7 of them were shithouse, or not shithouse, but they were. How do I put it? Not the highest standard. They were due to other factors, and he wasn't the best driver that race. It was just that he inherited wins. He was literally like if Chris Hamon had had a look what Ricciardo had, he'd have had more wins than Ricciardo. Barrichello, De Angelis, X, Fittipaldi, Norris, Montoya, Hunt. Montoya can go above Hunt, and Hulme, to be fair, and Regazzoni. Jones, Sainz. Jones is better than Sainz, ever so slightly. Montoya is as well. Andrews, Regazzoni. Then we go Reutemann, Moss, Brabham. Berger can go below him. Gurney can go slightly ahead. No, actually, no. We'll keep them separated. Mansell, Rosberg, yep, Leclerc, Russell, Ascari. Yep, Scheckter, Hill. I actually put Scheckter above Hill, I think, as well. Hill's kind of gone down in my estimations because he was just a bit mid outside of his golden years. Surtees, yes, Vettel, Rosberg, Rindt, Raikkonen, Peterson, Hamilton. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list. I mean, Ricciardo did have the best car in Monaco 2018, and he won that race. But yeah, he definitely. The thing was, he was good. He had very good peaks. He had very good peaks, but his consistency was lacking. Like 2024 was a perfect example of that. He got fourth in that Miami sprint, and people were like, "Wow, he's really got it back now." And then the rest of the season, he was just nowhere. So, yeah, again, like 2012 and 2013, we saw glimpses of that. We saw him put in great qualifying performances in the Toro Rosso and then just go backwards in the races. And I mean, yeah, he had like good race pace in the Red Bulls because obviously the car was able to sustain itself at the top of the grid a lot more. But essentially, that's what he'd do. He'd have like 5 truly great races a year, and the rest of them would just be good. So that, I think, is my completed list. I'm going to quickly try and zoom out a little bit because you won't be able to see it all. I can at the moment, but you guys can't. Because basically, I'm trying to obscure the adverts that the website. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna quickly. There we go. That's my list. I will quickly. Hold on. I had that in the perfect position then, and I moved it. What an idiot. There we go. This thing, I'll quickly move this to the here, and I'll make it tinily small. Actually, no, I'll move it back over here, and I'll make it a bit bigger. There we go. So that is my full list. I think that's pretty comprehensive. There might be a couple of changes that make, especially like next year when we have Norris and Russell and all the other drivers, and Behrman hopefully will finally make it into there, out of where like the lower reaches of the hundreds that he finally decides to elevate himself from. But yeah, I think that will conclude today's stream. It's been 4 hours. I am tired. I am worn out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll wait for you to put any closing thoughts you have in the comments below. List wackier than the 442's Wacky Races episodes, but here for it. I don't see why it's wacky. I don't see why it's crazy. I don't see why. It's just that I'd say I use a fair metric, and maybe I'm a bit more binary than other people when I'm like, I see as a performance as either good or bad, or maybe I don't account for storylines as much. And like Ricciardo, for example, is a perfect example of that. Where like, yeah, he's got 8 wins and he was the best of the rest when the Mercedes were on. It's like, no, he wasn't. Like, Verstappen was better. Vettel was better. It's just that the moments where he was able to win were the odd races where the Mercedes did badly and the other guys around him were in worse situations. Like, people say, like, Red Bull was the second best car in 2016, and when it wasn't breaking down, 2017 and 18, and sometimes even the best. So, yeah, definitely on the high downforce tracks, and that's an example of him for Villeneuve as well. And yeah, I wouldn't call my lists wacky. I'd call them different, but I wouldn't call them full on like crazy. I might quickly get that downloaded actually. Save or download. Unfortunately, the rookies that I painstakingly put in didn't end up getting a place. There we go. Download that image. I will then put that in the. I'll email that to myself after the stream. Yes, your list downloaded successfully. Yoo-hoo. Does anyone have any closing thoughts before I close the stream? Any questions you want to ask? We can do not a mini Q&A because I do need to get going, but like if you have any questions that you're dying to ask me about Formula One or about whatever, I'll be willing to indulge them. I will say, by the way, for those dedicated fans who are still here, I'm not. I'm very, very slow in terms of producing videos because I have a university project that I need to be getting on with. I should have been doing that ideally when I was while I was doing this stream, instead of doing this stream, should I say? Because I forgot how to speak. Because it's due in May, but I need to get it done. I don't need to get it done, but I need to prepare it and make sure it's properly good because it's my last year of university. What course am I doing at uni? I'm doing sports journalism. We are doing a my project is we have to create a 12 to 15 minute long documentary. But we had a choice of things. We could either do written articles, dissertation, or radio, or TV, and I've decided to do TV, where I'm going to essentially produce a documentary about a Hungarian racing driver named Saba Kezjar. I got or Kesha Shaba, as it's supposed to be pronounced. I got one of the guys from the DRS Train podcast. I'm gonna have to go now, guys. Goodbye. I'll see you all later because anyway, I need to go. Bye bye.